Councilor Bowman, can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
And in the chamber, Councilors Mark Laredo, Tariq Lucas, Chris Markowitz, and Councilor Pam Wright is here as well, not a member of the committee, but always welcome, Pam. All right, we also have Jonah Temple from the Law Department, and we also have Kat Kemet and Michael Gleba and Katie Wewell from Planning. This is audio and video recorded. We're live right now. And the first item of the evening is a Class 2 auto dealer's license, 559-22, KC Auto, 55 Farwell Street, Newton. And I do not see the licensee here right now. But that's okay, because we're going to have him, if he shows up, speak later. But this license is granted by this committee, and until now, we have not voted to approve it for several reasons. And since the last meeting, we've had some testimony in writing come in from one of the patrons of this business, and it's quite disturbing. And we have a bunch of questions for this licensee if he does show up. But what I will do is go to the public to see if there's anybody here that wants to speak on this license. I've been told there is somebody here. If you could unmute and state your name and address. We're also welcomed by Emily Norton. Councilor Norton, I see, has just joined us. Karina Rosado, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Well, this has been quite the nightmare. I actually had my boyfriend purchase a car that I saw on Facebook Marketplace, listed in Boston, and that ended up being like, my situation is a little bit different because I guess what happened was the person that sold it, the middleman that sold me the car, he had spoken to Casey Auto. I guess he wanted to buy the car from them and sell it to me, but they decided not to do that because he wanted an open title. So he said, no, let's just, you sell the car on our behalf and we'll give you like a commission. And so that's how it happened. And so I wasn't in town. My boyfriend was in town and he saw the car. He thought it was in good condition. I mean, it looked nice, you know, and for the age and price of the Buick Enclave 2011, you know, and I'm looking to like get something that I don't have to make payments on. So, and it's big enough for my kids. So I said, you know what, it looks good. He test drove it and he bought it. He's like, it looks good. And then you know, after that, like after a few days, I just started feeling a bunch of things wrong with the car. And I'm thinking, but didn't you drive it? Like why you didn't really realize that it had like I had to pay off right off the bat, right away, get two brand new tires, which was $400. I had to align the car. I had to do a lot of things. And till this day, there's still a lot of things wrong with it. It's not worth the purchase, really. I paid a lot of money for it. It's not worth the purchase. So what happened was when I found out all these things on my own, I started driving the car. I texted and called the person that sold it to my boyfriend, which was I call him the middleman because he and Casey Auto were, I guess they had made a pact, and not a pact, I'm sorry. They had made an agreement about how to sell this car. And so when I told him, he was really worried. And then he was in India. He ended up, it's just kind of a crazy story, but he's a student. He was born at Northeastern. And he, I guess he likes to buy cars, whatever. So the point of the matter is that when he called the people, Casey Auto, people representing Casey Auto, because I guess Casey Auto he works with other people. It's not just him. It's like he has the guy that he was working with, his name is Jumba. And then he was working with another guy, which I'm not sure what his name is. And so he said that one of them said, oh, did she register the car yet? Tell her to register the car. And they said, no, she can bring it to this certain place. And then when I called the place, it was like everybody that Googles Casey Auto on Google, it shows up as an as a auto body place. So the owner actually gets out all calls. I should have called him and had him join the Zoom too, because he says he gets lots of calls, people looking for Casey Auto. And he says that a lot of people are like getting scammed by these people. And basically when we called and asked for them to help fix the car, one of the guys said, he got really mad. He's like, oh, no, I'm not gonna fix anything. Just take me to court. And that was that. And then the other guy just stopped answering his phone calls. So then here I am with a car. And again, I'm sorry. Here I'm with a car that doesn't work. In order to register the car, that was a big hassle. And then I did my due diligence and I did my research. And what I found out was that this person, Charles Kawenja, which is the man that purchased the car at an auction dealership, I guess he has, I feel personally that he has connections at the dealership, because when I called, I did my due diligence because here I am trying to register a car to get it on the road so I can drive it legally. And when I called, the people that had the car beforehand were Nissan dealership. So they gave me a load of information about the car. The car originally had 192,000 miles to it. So I think Casey Auto bought it at the dealership. He reversed the mileage because the car showed it was 120. Right now it has 122, but when they bought it accordingly, it was like 118,000 miles. But then when I go back to the CarMax, report shows clearly it has 192,000 miles. I spoke to the person at Nissan auto dealership, and they said usually when a car is so beat up and it's so old and it has so many miles, we don't even bother, we just take it to the auction. So here goes Casey Auto going to the auction, buying his cars. And what happens is when I call the dealership, I said, why is it listed, the car's listed, it has a different miles on it than what it was originally at the CarMax. And then the lady didn't know what to say. She's like, wait a minute, but this, she just kind of like fumbled,
Okay, Ms. Rosado,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you here. I think you've given us enough. The testimony of the false presentation of the mileage as compared to the Carfax, some other information from other people. You're matching what we've heard about this gentleman already. So I don't mean to be rude. I want to stop you here because I think we have enough. I'm sure if you go on, we're going to hear a lot more that went wrong with this person. He is not here right now, right? Or online? No? Okay. So this gentleman has been doing business under 4 different names.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This person has misrepresented the cars that he has put out there. When he was forced to take a car back, and this is from a 5-page letter for somebody who did business with him, when he was forced to buy the car back the next day under a different name, he put the car out there for sale again. When he delivered the car, and he took the inspection sticker that was a denial inspection, and he scraped it off and he put it back out on the market under a different name. I don't know if we need to hear much more about the history. We sent to everybody on this committee that letter that we got. We have Ms. Rosado as further testimony. And I think this may be a first, but I think that this is a license that we should not approve. Councilor Laredo?
So I certainly have some very serious concerns, as you do, about granting a license. I do think we, for a matter of due process, should make it clear to the petitioner that give him one more chance to show up. If he doesn't, let him know it's going to be denied. But I do think we owe it to him or her, I don't know who it is, to appear. Now, if they had an invitation to appear and they chose not to show up.
That is what happened.
So were they advised, Mr. Clerk, were they advised that they should show up this evening?
Yes, Councilor, they were. They were here at the last meeting that involved Casey Otto. I spoke to him personally, in person, letting him know when this was going to come back before the committee. He affirmed to me he would be here, and he's not.
All right, and he knew about this hearing?
Yes, he
obviously.
did.
All right, then I'm fine with that. The only thing I'd suggest is it does seem like an appropriate matter to refer to the Attorney General's office, Consumer Protection Division. They deal with car issues on a regular basis there, and I think it's just a matter of public policy that if anybody wants to refer to seek redress, because we can't provide any redress, suggest that they contact that office.
Right. And from this moment on, what we can do is if we don't give the license, he is operating in the city of Newton illegally. And if we find out that he's operating, I guess we could take we could take some action, but you're right, it should go to the state
I would
as well.
think that would be inspectional services, Mr. Chair. I don't know if we have any authority as a committee.
We as the city.
Yeah.
I was using we as the city.
Right, but it may be, through the chair, may be worthwhile speaking to the inspectional services people so they're aware of our actions.
Yes, absolutely. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Councilor Markowitz?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a clarifying question on this too. Is it not true that if you have a facility like this, you're supposed to have more than just an address? Like you need to have a garage and repair facilities? Is that not part of having an auto license? Is there other requirements, or can you literally operate out of an apartment like that?
No, you can't. And by the law of the Registry of Motor Vehicles, we have a minimum requirement for a repairs facility for a Class II motor vehicle dealer. They must maintain and have access to a repair facility sufficient to repair a motor vehicle, and his address is his apartment. So I don't know if he has another location. He's not here to tell us. So that would just be another reason to deny. I think we have enough already.
I think we do.
So I don't think we should spend any more time on this.
I have a question. Since you saying that he's operating 4 different licenses or 4
No, 4 different names. He has one license. It's Casey Auto, but through his business dealings, we have found Charles Coenja, we have found Charles Green, Ambrose Natumanya, and I don't know the first name. Last name is Malcolm. So this is what we have discovered, and it's just too much to approve. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rosado. All right. Councilor Kelly?
Thank you. Given all that we've heard and that this applicant has had the opportunity to come before us and, answer questions and defend himself, I would make a motion that we deny this application.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to close the public. Is there a public hearing on licenses? There are not. It felt like one. Okay. So we have a motion to deny this license. Can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Councilor Bowman,
So the motion is to deny. So if I want to deny, it's a yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, yes.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
The motion to deny carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, 34-23, Yan Mei Lin, request to exceed FAR and allow parking within 5 feet of the street at 50 Elmore Street. Who is here to present? Can you hit the button there?
Hello.
Yep, great.
Thank
She's got
you.
it.
Hi, my name is Yan Mei Lin. I'm the owner of the 50 Elmore Street in Newton. I'm here for a special permit for the garage. Two-car garage.
Okay. If you'd like, we can go to planning and they'll give their report. And if there's anything you want to add after that, we'll come back to you, okay? All right. Okay, Mr. Kleba?
So what we have is the petitioner is seeking relief to build a garage, which would increase the FAR and also to allow parking within 5 feet of a street. The criteria to consider is as shown, whether this is an appropriate location for the proposed parking stall within 5 feet of a street, whether that would adversely affect the neighborhood, whether it would create a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, and whether access to the site is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. And the criteria also has to do with section 5.1.13, which has to do with whether it is appropriate to grant this exception for various reasons. There's also to increase the FAR from 0.38 to 0.47, but 0.42 is the maximum allowed by right. So here we see the location in blue on the south side of Elmore Street. Here we have the existing site plan and the proposed site plan. On the left, we see the existing house, the existing dwelling, and the existing gravel driveway on the left-hand side. What is proposed is the construction of a new garage. This is in the right-hand drawing. A new garage in the back right of the property, served by a driveway approximately 18 to 19 feet wide, served by a 21.5-foot curb cut at the sidewalk. That would be a paved driveway. On the left-hand side, we have the existing curb cut, and they are proposing taking the existing gravel driveway, as seen in the left-hand drawing, shortening it, and it would be 24.5 feet, I believe, from the back of the sidewalk, which means it would have less than the required space needed for a 19-foot long parking space, and the 5 feet required to have to be between the back of that stall and the back of the sidewalk. So the proposed garage is shown here. This is with the front elevation and the rear on top, and the two side elevations on the bottom. And again, this is where the increased FAR would come from. Let me just have a few photos. Here we have the existing house. The current driveway is on the left of this photo. It extends, that driveway is gravel and extends to about the back of the house. That driveway would be shortened and paved, but would be only about half a foot short of what's needed to give the 5-foot space behind the stall, plus the 19-foot stall as well. The location of the proposed driveway and garage is shown here. Again, the garage would be in the back right of the property and served by that 19-foot or so proposed driveway, which would occupy this current grassed area. That's all we have for now, and hopefully you can answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much. Pretty straightforward, all good? We'll go on to the, okay. All right. Is there anybody here from the public that wishes to speak on this petition? Larry Klein?
Hi, we submitted, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We submitted a response to Dominic Warren, who said she or he would forward it on to the committee.
Yes.
Is there any chance that that has happened?
Yes, we did receive it, but you
Okay.
can summarize now if you'd like.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just read it into the record. So we live on Elmore Street, right across the street from number 50. We have known for the past year that our neighbors intend to construct a driveway on the other side of their house from the present driveway. Indeed, they have been parking one of their construction company trucks on the lawn on that side for quite some time. A driveway and garage would make their parking more consistent with the residential look of the neighborhood and keep their vehicles off the lawn. We have no issue with a single car width the driveway and approximately sized garage. However, the present plan for a 2-car width driveway, which has been submitted, would make almost the entire street-facing side of the property asphalt pavement. The owners are proposing to build a 1,650 square foot driveway and another 500 square feet of garage with habitable space above for almost 2,150 square feet for driveway and garage. They're asking for 2 separate driveways and 3 curb cuts. The property is only 7,700 square feet and the house is only 1,100 square feet of footage. This seems excessive for a single family home in a residential neighborhood. Asking for allowing parking within 5 feet of the street could also endanger the many pedestrians on the street walking to the temples. We have 2 of them at the end of our street, as well as the many drivers who use Elmore as a cut-through. Additionally, a 2-vehicle, 2-story garage would look like a second house on a lot that would be very built up. We ask that you deny the petition.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public? Please raise your hand if you're at home or come up to the microphone here. Anybody? Okay, we'll take it into the council. Anybody here? Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After reading the planning memo, I pretty much agree with their assessment on this project, which is that they recommend that the driveway on the right side, the new driveway, be narrowed from 21 feet to a a more narrow width. 21 feet seems a bit too much, so it needs to be a little bit more narrow. The other issue I have with this petition is the double curb cut. I know Mr. Klein said that there was 3 curb cuts. I believe there's only going to be 2 curb cuts. The current driveway and the new
Sorry,
driveway.
that's incorrect.
Sorry?
Excuse me, Mr. Klein, are you, hold on.
That's
Mr. Klein,
incorrect.
are you saying there are 3?
Yes, the proposed plan has 3 curb cuts.
I see 2 driveways. What's the
Yes,
third?
and one is a double curb cut and the other is a single curb cut.
The double curb cut is 1 curb cut, okay?
Ah, that's how you've counted?
Yes. Thank you. Continue,
Okay.
Councilor Lucas.
Thank you. Is that it's the having two curb cuts on the property also seems a bit too much. So I want to hear what my colleagues on the committee have to say, but I would recommend closing up the curb cut on the left and having just the 1 curb cut on the right. Other than that, the garage and going over the FAR is completely fine. That's very routine. I have no problem with that. But it's the double curb cut and the width of the driveway on the right. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Ms. Lynn, could you come to the microphone?
Mr. Chair, this is Katie Wewell. Can I say something?
Absolutely.
I just wanted, Councilor Lucas brought up the width of the curb cut. We discovered late this afternoon that the width of the curb cut at 21.5 feet is exceeding what's allowed in the ordinance, and they would need additional relief to have that 21.5 foot wide curb cut. So To the extent Councilor Lucas suggested they reduce that width, it would be okay if it were less than 20. But I just wanted to add that if that's part of the discussion tonight.
I think that may be where there was discussion heading, so thank you for that clarification. Miss Lynn, what is the construction equipment that you've been parking on the grass? Do you have a construction company?
So it's my husband's a truck, yeah. Because sometimes, because the time I need to go, so it's our time conflict. So sometimes I need to back up to send the kid to school and then with my car. So it's kind of back and forth. So that's why my.
Okay, so these garages will be used for residential vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay, and above, what is going on upstairs?
Above, we're thinking to do a storage because our basement is a little humid. So we are thinking if possible, because it seems it would be us, so we're thinking first floor to put 2 cars and then second floor to do some storage.
Okay, thank you. Just want everybody to understand what you're doing there. Before we go to Councilor Laredo, I see, I'm going to try Da Tao Nguyen. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. I just want, I'm the one who prepared the drawings for Yan Mei, and I just wanted to clarify that Katie, on the proposed site plan, we call for 19 feet 9 inches dimension for the curb cut.
It's below.
So it's below 21 feet.
I think the site plan we have shows 21.5, but I think this could be handled administratively as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that clarification. Councilor Laredo?
So, did you go to meet with the planning department before you came here?
Yeah.
Right.
So like my designer and I, we met with Jane, Michael in the planning board, and then some other, and then they all
Speak up in the microphone,
sorry.
please. I'm sorry.
So we did because this one takes about more than a year. So we talked with the planning board, and then we did reduce. They give us some suggestion to do it like certain way that we make it
More narrow?
Yeah.
Driveway more narrow? Maybe we didn't get the last plan.
So
That could be.
can I appreciate and agree with Councilor Lucas's observations. I haven't heard a compelling need for a second curb cut, a second driveway. What's the reason that you're looking for that?
You say to do a step, because originally we're thinking because that side, as our designer DT said, is narrower. So if we're thinking, if they maybe just one part go in, just the other side seems it's already gravel. We won't change much, but just in the front to make it perfect. So
Right, but we have a concern on the
Sure.
council because we have to look at things from the big city picture, not just you individually. And there's a general concern that we not try to overpave properties. And I think that's what you're hearing is it's very unusual for us to allow two driveways for a single family home.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I think you're seeing some concern here. And if you had some, if you had somebody who needed, was disabled and needed special accommodations or something like that, there might be something that we could say is an exception because you have some compelling need, but I'm not hearing that. And the other thing I think that's a concern is you have a very long driveway that you're proposing. I agree with Councilor Lucas. The idea that you want to put in a garage is great, and the idea that you want to put a little bit of some storage above it is great as well. And there's nothing wrong with putting it in the rear of your property, but it does. You're looking to create a pretty wide driveway. And is there any compelling need for the width as opposed to saying, 13 or 14 feet width and a curb cut of 15 or 16 feet.
And then widening out towards the back where the two-car.
Right, so
Right.
that you could park 2 cars in your 2-car garage. You could maneuver so you could back them out. You could put probably 4 or 5 cars even if you had to in a driveway like that. But you're going to have less paved area.
I see, sure. If that's better for the community, for the street, I'm okay with that. Just leave it that side and then.
Can I suggest, Mr. Chair, that with my colleagues' permission, that we hold the item, we encourage the petitioner to go back to talk to the planning department and really work through the details of how they could do this properly. And I think then, I can't speak for anyone else, but I think we could, approve this pretty regularly.
It's fine to do that. My question to planning is, if the consensus tonight, and we've done this before, is we don't want the parking space on the left. We want the driveway width to be more narrow, getting wider towards the back so you have the utility of the 2-car garage. If we came to consensus, is that something that we would be able to approve tonight? Or should we send this back for it to come back with a different site plan? Mr. Gleber, Ms. Wewell?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we could do that, and we have done that before. We've incorporated conditions requiring plans to be submitted at building permit showing, the removal of the parking stall and showing the curb cut narrowed and the, less paving in that right-hand side driveway.
So we could do this tonight
I
if we
guess
feel comfortable.
My question, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to hold anybody up, but I do think this is a situation which would benefit from some direct conversation between planning and the petitioner to really work this through carefully. And I, for one, would not be comfortable voting it out tonight. If others feel that way, fine. But I just think we ought to, and then we could deal with this very quickly at another meeting.
Councilor Markowitz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Councilor Rado on this one. I think on this one, because there are several things that have to happen here, the elimination of one curb cut and the narrowing of the other, I think it's enough to do, and given the fact that we are with this original petition, despite having had some professional help, I think, in preparing the diagram, I think it would just be appropriate to make sure we give enough direction so you understand what we're looking for tonight. Narrowing the one new curb cut, and then eliminating the other planned curb cut on the gravel space there, and then bring it back, and it should be okay. But I'd be more comfortable with that myself.
Okay, so Mr. Gleba, you hear what we're saying. I think we were all, when we read this, I'm sure we're all on the same page. Can we save time, counselors at home, with your hands up? If you agree with where we're going with this, take your hands down. If you want to speak, I'm happy to call on you. Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I agree with what Councilor Markowitz said. The trees that line the right side of the property, is that Ms. Lynn's property, or is that those trees belong to the neighbors?
Ms. Lynn, those trees along the right-hand side, those tall trees, they're not going anywhere. Do those belong to you?
Those are not. Those belong to our neighbor.
To your neighbor. They belong to the neighbor.
Okay, so I hope those trees will stay protected during the construction. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you. I'll be quick. So I agree with all the comments, and I agree with this coming back to us. I personally would like to see the curb cut reduced to a standard curb cut width, which is closer to 13 or 14 feet, not 19. Driveway width, standard widths are closer to 10 feet. I can understand them being wider at the back, but I think at this point, I spent some time driving around the neighborhood just to look to see what the other driveway widths are like, and most of the driveways in the neighborhood are in the 10-foot width. I think that's plenty, given the length and the amount. And just one other thing is, I think when they create this new curb cut, they'll have to pay to have the city put the granite pieces up. I would like to see, as a condition of this permit, that the other driveway, which currently does not, obviously it's an opening, that it actually have, the curbing put in that location to keep it from being used unofficially as a driveway.
When it comes
I
back to
think-
us, Counselor Bowman, you remind us about that to put it into the conditions, okay?
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Counselor Kelly?
Well, it seems that it is the will of this committee to have it come back. I didn't think it was that complicated, and I would have been fine with voting it out tonight with the conditions we all seem to be in agreement about, which is to close off the left-hand one, replace that curb cut with opening, replace that gravel with green space, narrow the new curb cut, and narrow the driveway. If it's going to come back to us and we're not ready to do that, to me seems pretty simple approval tonight, then those are the recommendations others have made and that I agree with too. I'm sorry that I regret that we'll have to hold it up for them for this, but it seems like that's the way the committee's going.
I agree with you, Counselor Kelly, but we do it as a group, yeah. Counselor Norton?
Thank you. The committee is going in the direction that I was going to encourage. That's why I joined you all here tonight. So I really appreciate the comments and in general, narrower curb cut, not using more or not allowing more impervious cover than is necessary. So for the most part, I guess I would associate myself with the comments of Councillor Bowman. Thanks all.
Great, thank you. Okay, Ms. Nguyen again?
Yes, thank you. The driveway is very long. Can I please design it at 12 feet minimum instead of 10 feet for the width?
You know, I don't have any problem with that. Considering that we are going to hold this and you're going to go back and talk to planning, Mr. Gleba, will that specifically be you? It will. I'll let you talk to Mr. Gleba about that. We have no specific rule about 10, 12, 14. We just know over 20 is too much. So I'll let you work that out with Mr. Gleba, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion to hold. Counselor Lucas, motion to hold. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, it's held. Please get in touch with Mr. Gleba tomorrow. I think that there's not a lot more work to be done on this for you to come back with a site plan, and we'll bring it back as quickly as we can. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lynn. All right, the next item of the evening is 35-23, John and Margaret Reichenbach, request to amend special permit 263-20 to further exceed FAR and to amend the approved site plan at 43 Prince Street. Good evening. Mr. Sachs. Mr. Sachs, that would be you, would it not? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm the architect, Peter Sachs, and I want to say that we're going to kind of do this in two pieces. Fetty, can we get the screen on the plan of the first floor? That would be helpful. I'd like to do it in two pieces. There's two things that we're asking about. One is to enclose a porch, and the second one is related to the placement and configuration of a shed that will be housing a generator for the house. And I'd like to say that the generator question is one that we worked on, sort of a complicated engineering problem, getting a generator to be inside of a shed. And I would like to say that the direct abutter on the side which the shed impacts the most, I spent a good deal of time talking with Dana Gerson, and she felt that the explanation for why we were doing what we were doing with the shed was adequate. She would like to see the project completed sooner than later, but she was cordial about understanding the need to work on the shed in the way that we have. So if we could see I'd like to explain where the porch is on a drawing, if that's possible.
I ask permission if I can share the plans, my screen.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, there is the site plan, Peter.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's fine. So let me first we don't actually have the plan of the interior here, but the porch is 256 square feet. Let's go to the porch, please. You can do. Fede will present. I'll have you do the shed portion of it, but the porch is 256 square feet. It's just off the kitchen and also accessible from the master bedroom. And we designed it as an open porch. And in the process of building the project, my client decided they'd like to get more seasons out of it, and the idea was that it could be a 4-season porch. Now, I do want to say one thing that's kind of a snafu in this presentation, and to say that it was reported that we installed the finished windows with glass in it rather than screens. And I'm going to take responsibility for that, for providing both the builder and the client with some confusing directions. My directions were, interpreted to put the glass in rather than what I wanted to do was to allow for the finishing of the trim work and casings around the windows so that they could receive screen, not glass, and that we would postpone installing the sashes until we had this particular meeting. And that did not happen. And it was reported that the glass in the windows was already installed. So I am going to take responsibility for that as far as not providing, I'm the architect of record, and that's my job, is to provide adequate direction that follows the ordinances. So with that admission, I just want to be clear that, this could be a screen porch, and I would like the committee to, I'm taking the rap for this one, but I would still like the committee to consider that we would like to put glass in those windows at various times of the season.
Mr. Sachs, were those windows removed recently?
All of the sashes were taken out yesterday and today. So there are no sashes in there. There's no glass, and there's just plastic in the openings. The
Can you tell us
planning memo that was distributed doesn't have any particularly negative statement about this. It's a minor piece of the project, but just the same, it is important to my client for the committee to consider granting them the request to be able to increase the use of the porch by being able to install glass sashes at different times of the year. So that's my presentation about that. I'd like to move on to the shed that Fede is going to address. Fede Ariano is an associate in my office, and reiterate that we discussed with Dana Gerson, the adjacent neighbor. And when I say adjacent neighbor, by the driveway on her home's address is on Sewell. So with Fede, why don't you take the screen and explain the shed, please?
Mr. Sachs, is there a foundation for a shed in there right now in the ground?
Yes.
Is it in the location that we're looking at right now, or was it in a different location?
Fede, can you show the site plan a little more clearly? Yeah.
Yeah, there's the foundation is in the location that we're showing in the plans now.
The foundation is in that corner that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. Your and was that the location after you? What I've been told everybody, and to me, it's not a huge deal. The before and after schematic that's in the planning report is the original, and there was a consistency ruling done after that that moved the location of the shed. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the before and after that's in our planning memo is where the shed was before the consistency ruling moved it to where you're seeing it right now. Okay? Now, to me, the before picture isn't as important as the proposed. And the reason why that old one's in there is somebody didn't put the one in after. But regardless, that location isn't what we're being asked. This is the new location. Is that correct, Mr. Sachs?
Yes.
Okay, so you're asking permit. So this is the new location. So the foundation that was put in this location was allowed based on the consistency ruling and hasn't gone in early. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want everybody to be on the same page. Continue.
And one of the reasons that the square footage we're asking for as an increase to the FAR is that in designing and enclosing the generator, it was a complicated engineering problem. We used to have a small porch on the shed, and instead of, we could not get the generator to work with that small porch. And so in making it bigger than 120 square feet, we then needed to include 120 square feet plus the additional square feet of the porch, which is why I believe in the memo it says 300 square feet, Fede? Are you muted?
Sorry, yeah. So that's the 315 is what the porch is
right.
now.
So it was the shed square footage in the FAR request is the square footage above 120 square feet. So it's basically slightly less. It's 195 square feet greater than what we had originally planned. I know that sounds a little confusing, but for FAR purposes, when the shed is 120 square feet, it's not included in the FAR.
Okay.
So that, and I do want to reiterate that I had a lengthy conversation with the abutter about this shed, and there was no objection.
Okay, so the petition is for enclosing a porch that was going to be a screen porch and increasing the size of the shed. Councilor Laredo, before we go to, we need to still go to planning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
You know, the enclosing the porch, given its location, I think is zero concern for me. It's in the middle of the lot. It's not going to affect anybody. My question about the shed, which is housing a generator, is that right? So what noise is going to be emanated from that generator, and what steps are going to be taken to mitigate any noise?
I think enclosing it.
Yeah, it's at the shed.
But enclosing it
Yeah.
is going to obviously help mitigate
Right,
it.
yeah.
But is there anything else that's going to be done to mitigate noise as well? Is it going to be
Yes,
noticeable for the neighbors? I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a generator that's manufactured by the Kohler Company. And the generator itself is in an acoustic enclosure that when it's manufactured and placed in most locations, the enclosure, the acoustic enclosure is the box that you see that says generator. Generator is inside of an acoustic structure, a metal and acoustic structure. So in addition to being inside an already acoustic structure, we are building the walls around that structure as well and insulating the walls. So it'll be about as quiet as it could possibly be.
All right, so you've already moved this or had approval to move the shed from one location to the other. Was the shed always going to house the generator?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the impact on the immediate neighbors, is there any, is it significantly closer to one neighbor's house where it's been moved to as opposed to where it was going to be?
I think it's still closer to the Gerson's home, adjacent to this property on Sewell.
Right. And one last question: the rationale for the larger shed is simply so you can fit the generator in properly?
Yeah, there's just a sort of equipment that goes along with it that just makes it more suitable for housing.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go to planning, please. Mr. Gleba?
The previous special permit 263.20 to enclose an existing.
Can you speak
porch.
up? Can you speak up or work on your microphone? We can't hear you.
So let's see, how about this? To close an existing porch and to alter the size and location of a proposed shed. As I said, so amend special permit, and to extend those actions would make the project exceed the FAR, going from the special permit approved 0.32 to 0.35 or 0.26 is the maximum allowed. The criteria considered as shown, whether the site is an appropriate location for the modified dwelling with an enclosed porch and relocated and expanded shed, whether that would adversely affect the neighborhood, whether it would create a nuisance or serious hazard, whether access to the sites is appropriate, and whether the proposed increase in FAR, again from 0.32 to 0.35, is consistent with and not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood. Quick background, here's an aerial map. The proposed relocated shed will be in the lower left corner, as we see here, and hopefully you see my cursor pointing out the location. Before the current special permit is a single family house, as shown here with a garage, again in that back corner. The special permit approved location of the shed is shown here in blue. And you can see the expanded house here as well. What we're looking at now is the proposed site plan as shown, with the proposed location of the shed is outlined in red, and the enclosed porch in green. On the upper hand right is kind of a close-up of where the consistency approved location of the shed would have been, and this shows its relative size and orientation. I believe we've seen the elevations, the proposed shed. front in the upper left, back lower left, and the two sides. We also previously saw the location of the porch that would be enclosed, provided by the petitioner, approved by special permit. On the upper left is how it would appear from Prince Street. And you can see on the other side on the right, you can see the proposed changes. Again, Prince Street on top, where really screens would be replaced by glass sashes. And the same for the left elevation as well. Couple of photos. Here's the house under construction along Prince Street. You can see the location of the porch to be enclosed pretty much under the blue crane. You can see the gable end and the openings that would be glass instead of screen. This is from a little bit further to the left, where you again see the porch to be enclosed, and pretty much behind the tree in the foreground, behind that at the back corner of the lot, that would be where the relocated shed would be constructed. Just one more shot from the other street. The shed would be in effect along the right-hand side of the property as shown in the back corner and not visible from this location. That's all we have for now, and hopefully we can answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to the public now. Mr. Tuckman, unmute and state your name and address.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Robert Tuckman. I live at 38 Prince Street, directly across the street from 43. I've lived there for 39 years. And I'm speaking on behalf of about 10 of my neighbors. I did not talk to Dana Gerson about this, but the other neighbors as well I have spoken with. I'd like to mention that the Reichenbachs have treated us with disdain for the last 3 years. They began by not being honest with us and acknowledging that they were rebuilding the house for a purpose at some time in the future of a residence for developmentally disabled adults, something that, by the way, we're all supportive of. But they didn't come clean with us so that we could understand what would be the impacts on us as neighbors. And they still haven't.
Rick, this is not.
Mr. Sachs, please,
Me,
I'll give you your time. Please mute.
I believe I have the floor, Mr. Sachs.
You do, and you have 10 minutes, Mr. Tuckman. I mean, 2 minutes, sorry.
They've treated us for 3 years to an amazing amount of dust, dirt, noise, damaged streets, large numbers of cars, trucks, delivery vehicles, drilling rigs, cement mixers, asphalt machines, aerial lifts, backhoes, temporary heaters, and the like. All of the time, this property has been a mess. As you could see from some of those pictures from the planning department, the sidewalks have been impossible and impassable, and there's a dilapidated fence, which miraculously disappeared today. They were told us that they were downsizing from their 7,200 square foot house on Highland Street to this house, which was then 4,600 square feet. But they increased 43 Prince Street to 7,800 square feet. And today, from the documents which we've just been shown, they actually are going to have 9,500 square feet. And now they want approval to go bigger, which, by the way, they didn't share with us and they didn't tell us. For instance, I went to look to see which porch was being enclosed, and except since I didn't go today, but went the day before, there was no porch where they're now suggesting there is a porch. Don't you think that they can squeeze their needs into the currently approved 7,800 square feet? Thank you.
Thank you. I will, please, Mr. Sachs, mute. I will remind the committee and Mr. Tuckman that everything that he just said about ongoing construction does not have anything to do with our judgment of whether or not this porch is enclosed, whether or not we allow this shed. I'm sorry to hear that the neighbors aren't enjoying each other's company, but that has nothing to do with our decision tonight. Anybody else from the neighborhood? Anybody else? I'll take it into committee. Is there anybody here who would like to speak? We actually have people in the chamber. It's very nice to see you all. Okay, nobody has any comments or questions? I don't see. Does anybody? Councillor Kelly?
Oh, I would have gone last, as this is in my ward, but no one else has their hand up, so I guess I'll just make a couple of points. I think that Chair Lipoff was right to point out what we can consider at this point and what we can't. And though inconvenient and messy, and I too feel for the neighbors who have been inconvenienced by this construction, that isn't necessarily part of what's before us today. What I'm thinking is that though the construction of the enclosed porch began before approval was granted, and it's sort of been removed so that it's not necessarily out of compliance at this point, that's really the troubling part for me. And I think Mr. Sachs pointed it out right from the start, and sort of taking responsibility and a mea culpa for how that proceeded. We don't really like to see work begin that hasn't been approved before, while an application is before us. But I understand the backtracking, and how we would approach that generally is we would say, would we have approved that anyway? And as I look at the plans, I don't see that the plans for this porch are something that we would not have approved. I honestly think that the plans with the new smaller fenestration, though it would be interchangeable screens and windows, seems fine just personally to me. I'm a little bit confused about the shed issue. From what I thought I heard tonight, it was approved for one location, and then a consistency ruling permitted it in another location. And that's what I think I heard say, that the foundation has been poured for the approved consistency ruling location, though that's not the one there before us tonight.
Mr. Gleba, excuse me, Mr. Gleba, that's a great moment to stop and have Mr. Gleba clarify what Councillor Kelly and I believe to be true. Can you give us the reality to this?
I believe that
We can't hear you.
I know, I'm sorry. I believe the location from the consistency is what I showed in the upper right-hand corner, where it's a bit further off that corner and turned in a different direction. Yeah. As proposed now, it's further back, and it doesn't have the porch that the other one had.
Okay, so it was the foundation for the shed was allowed to be poured after the consistency ruling. Is that correct? No, so they should not have poured that.
I from what I know, and I could be wrong, the foundation is for what they're seeking tonight, but I could be corrected on that.
The foundations where so they got a consistency if they got a consistency ruling to move the shed to where it is now, wouldn't that be enough for them did they get that, a consistency?
Yeah. No, here, I will show the location of let me just share this.
Yeah, it looked like 3 different locations. The first one we approved, the second one that was approved through the consistency ruling, and the one they're asking for, all generally in the same area, but a little bit different. Is that right, Mr. Gleba?
So what they're seeking tonight, you can see in the red oval here. Mm-hmm. What I believe the consistency approved is I have isolated on the right-hand side, which shows a smaller shed and a porch, and that's oriented towards Prince Street, whereas the current plan has it bigger and turned towards the other street.
Okay, Mr. Sachs, is the foundation that's poured there right now the foundation for what you're asking for tonight, or was it the foundation for the consistency ruling, the one on the right with the porch off the shed?
Let's see. I'm going to defer to Fede because I don't spend as much time on the site as he does.
Gotcha.
but,
Mr. Ariano?
So can I share my screen, please?
Yes, will you let him share the screen? Mr. Gleba, thank you.
The plan that I have there in the screen was the approval for a special permit at first time.
Right.
That was the plan that the consistency rule approved to relocate the shed.
That.
That was the plan what we are asking this nine to have. The foundation likely match that size.
So, Mr. Ariano, the simple question is, what foundation is in the ground right now?
Is
For the shed.
It's that size foundation.
It's the one you're asking for permission tonight?
Yep.
So back to my point then, the concern I have here is that two things were done before approval was granted. The porch was enclosed and the proposed shed foundation was poured in a location that was under review for approval and application. I believe I do understand that all to be true, correct, Mr. Sachs and Mr. Arellano and Mr. Reichenbach and Mr. Gleba, correct?
I believe it's correct.
So here we are again. Here we are again with work that's been done that was not in line with the special permit. And, you know...
Or the consistency ruling.
Or with the consistency ruling, you know, and there's a bunch of ways to look at this. If anybody here has ever done a project, built a house, along the way, you know, it's never exactly what comes at the end. There's often moments where you're standing there and you say, you know, it would work better this way. We need to enclose a generator. There's more equipment. We want to soundproof. It has to be a little bigger. These things happen, but the builder, the homeowner, the architect, anybody involved has to be smart enough to say, we got a special permit to do this, and we need to check with the city. I think we're probably going to have to ask for something. I understand how the need for these things arise. I just wish that everybody would remember it's a special permit. Now, once again, and Councilor Kelly pointed this out beautifully, that we can't punish people because these things happen. By law, we have to look at what they are coming here and asking for after the fact and say, would we have allowed that if it came in front of us with the special permit in the beginning? We have to swallow our anger, and we have to look at it that way. Councilor Laredo.
Thank you, Chair Lipa, for summarizing exactly what we're supposed to do. I will add that when a developer or anybody, homeowner, does this, they do it at their own risk. They do it at the risk that we can choose not to approve something. But of course, our job is to weigh the merits of the project as proposed and not to reward or punish for someone having taken that risk. And I will point out that at least in the case of the shed, they haven't actually built the structure. They've just put a foundation in, so it is somewhat different. I do want to just on the shed, and I really don't want to micromanage this, but I wonder why we're going to a over 2.5 times as large shed for the same type of purpose, which is to enclose a generator. So maybe Mr. Sachs could explain why there's such a large increase in the size?
Mr. Sachs?
As I understand it from the engineers that we engaged to help us design this structure, is that there are some fan mechanisms that are over the top of the generator that need more room and length to discharge the exhaust from the generator. And that on some level, there is an acoustical benefit to the length of the ductwork that exhausts the unit, which in that ductwork there can be insulation for sound.
Will it be used for storage or any other purposes, or is this just for the generator?
It's pretty much just for the generator. I mean, it's also that there is the need for room around the generator itself to actually work on it if it requires repair. And so part of the clearances that we have from the Kohler manufacturer are inside clearances around the generator itself. And I do want to say or commend the owner for deciding to do the maximum that they could do for acoustics. Most people that buy this generator and install it in a structure like this don't maintain the metal enclosure around the generator itself. They just put the generator in. It saves money, but it doesn't perform acoustically as well as it would were the container that's around it is the container that you commonly see outside. It's an exterior.
We got it.
Kind of container.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. All right. You'd like to make a statement?
Me?
No. Sorry. Please mute. We've got somebody in the audience here. Come on up. See if that's on.
My name is Peter Vanderwalker. I'm an abutter to the project at 43. I've lived at 32 Prince Street for 35 years, and I'm not here to oppose the ruling against the enclosure of the porch or the generator. I am here to make a statement about the appalling lack of respect that this builder has shown for the abutters and the neighborhood with regards to being clear about his intentions when he started the project, to the length of the duration of the construction, the noise, the disruption, the traffic. And it's as if the abutters did not exist. And I would encourage the Land Use Committee to somehow take these considerations in future decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else from the public before we take it in? Nobody else? Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you for coming back to me because I wasn't done before.
No, I understand. We just free flowed a few things there. I apologize if you
it's
felt
fine.
that I cut
It
you
was
off.
Actually helpful again. I didn't speak to object to this. I was trying to point out a couple things. And Mr. Vanderwalker just reiterated one of them that I didn't get to, but we heard from Mr. Tuckman too. The two things that are a little unsettling about the process here are the construction that went on before approvals were granted. Granted, one is only a foundation, and I wouldn't mind if possible for either Peter Sack's office or Michael Gleber to pull up the plan again for the shed, because as I saw it, it didn't look like the generator only took up a small port. It looks to me like the generator takes up a very small portion of that space. Mr. Sachs was just saying that it's really for maneuverable space around the generator that it has to be this large a space. So I'd like us all to just take a look at that and understand the sizing and configuration. But my 2 points are going forward for everyone. to not proceed this way. And I know it wasn't intentional. I don't think there was anything nefarious about any of this. And the other is what we've heard from the neighbors about how disengaged and in fact disrespected they have felt in this process. And that is something we talk about a lot at land use, about engaging the neighbors, having meetings with them, letting people know what's going on, hopefully getting buy-in and acceptance. So I think those are the two lessons that we're learning from this. But I think we might all benefit if you could explain again, now that we're looking at the plan, what a small amount of space in this shed the generator actually takes up, and it's all at one end. Nothing else is going in all that space. It's just for maneuverability around the generator that empty space is there.
I want to comment something, a few things. The original size was plus minus the half of this shed. When the generator went into the shed, that takes almost all the space. So the client wants to have some extra space for storage.
Oh, so there will be other things stored in the shed.
Yeah, we will be the lawn things, storage there, of course. And before was a porch. And we were talking about many ideas to see how to make this work, to see, put an underground generator, put it in another location, put it outside. And we arrived to this conclusion that could be the best. Put the foundation there was a mistake. When we find out the foundation was there, it was not really the plan. So we stopped the process there because they were ready to put the generator, keep going. I said, we cannot do that. So if you, and we were clear. So if it doesn't work, we have to remove the foundation. So, but that's the reason. It was a mistake to put that foundation there, but we stopped the process saying that's not possible.
Well, I think I think probably all of us appreciate the openness with which you're now saying, actually, the shed is this size because there are going to be other things stored in it rather than no. And clearly there was a lack of communication and oversight between the professions, between the architect and the contractors and the owner here, which is all a lesson, hopefully, to be learned in the future. So those are really the points I wanted to make before. And I express my sympathies for the neighbors who have felt very, inconvenienced and disrespected by this. On the other hand, let us hope that there's going to be, a beautiful house with friendly neighbors who ultimately move in here. And again, back to the main point, I don't think as I look at what this shed will look like or the proposed porch will look like, that I would have any reason to vote against it. I'm sorry for that the process has been messed up and, it has been, it has been mishandled, let's be honest. But it doesn't seem to me that it was done out of any overt ill intent, rather miscommunication and lack of good coordination. I would love to hear from other colleagues on the land use committee, though, before we move forward with a motion.
Sure. And I will say that I agree, Councilor Kelly, with your statements about what's going on in the neighborhood, the angst that many have shown today. I don't want to, I'm not making light of that at all when I try to remind people about what and how we have to do our review and how we have to vote on this. If we don't do it the right way, it can come back to bite us. And retribution because of how somebody's treating the neighbors, although we don't like hearing that and we feel for you, is not one of the criteria for us to deny something like this. Councilor Laredo?
So if the petitioner is engaging in such behavior during the course of construction that somehow violates our ordinances, whether it's hours of construction, noise, or other things, we do have inspectional services department. I much personally prefer when folks actually talk to each other. And Mr. Sachs, I think you're hearing, and you've done this a long time now, I don't know if your client's on, but you are hearing loud and clear that the neighbors here are clearly extremely upset with the pace of the project and the disruption the project has caused. And you know, I think all of us have the experience that this is the type of thing that can be dramatically reduced with some appropriate conversation and willingness to accommodate legitimate concerns of the neighbors. And I'd much rather see that than having the neighbors start calling inspectional services and lodging all sorts of complaints about the way work's being done. So I'm just going to leave it that I'm going to urge you to have a conversation with your clients, and you know who the abutters are. And I respectfully request that you reach out and chat with them in the next few days about this. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs, is this a home for Mr. Reichenbach to live in, or is this a, I'm just curious, is he living in this home when it's done? Not that that's a criteria, it's a curiosity of mine.
Yeah, see, the Reichenbachs will live there.
They'll be
That's
living
the
there.
hope. So I don't live there. I live close, but don't live there. It's unfortunately this takes also longer. But we are also in an environment of with delays of the windows, of the roof, of everything. So I can tell you that we should have this done from a while ago. So, but yeah, we wait a year plus for windows. So again, it's not an excuse. I am not like to talk for the contractor.
You waited a year plus for windows because of the supply chain and what was going on?
Yep.
With, okay. All right. So, Mr. Reichenbach, go ahead.
I'd just like to say that we have tried very hard to basically work with the neighbors. We talk to the Agarwals regularly. I would not say that they liked our project, but they understood it. They used to live across the street. We've talked to the Ungers regularly. We also talked to the Wolberts regularly. And although I don't remember his name, I've talked to the man directly across Prince Street several times. We sent fruit baskets to all the neighbors, and we actually sent a letter to the Wolberts and the Ungers about 6 months ago about what was going on. And I went and talked to each of them regarding the shed. We have tried very hard, but on the other hand, we obviously haven't tried hard enough because the neighbors are unhappy with us, although I didn't realize that. And we are trying to clean the site up as much as we can. The house should be done in March. The site work will be done shortly thereafter when it can grow. My wife and I are going to move in. It is not a house for, and has no intention of being a residential living facility for basically adults with intellectual disabilities. Although we do have a son with Down syndrome, and he lives in a house that we put together with 9 other families in Newton Highlands. And it's our intent that he will continue to live there. He's lived there since 2014. And thanks, that's all I have to say. Bye.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Reichenbach. You know, it's great to hear that the house is going to be wrapped up in March. I'm sure the neighbors appreciate that. Anything you can do to be even a better neighbor, send a bigger basket. No, I'm just kidding. Would be really good as you wrap up this project, okay? Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, Councillor Kelly?
If not, if there's no more input from anyone, I would make a motion to close the public hearing and a motion to approve.
Motion to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, public hearing is closed. Can we take a look at a council order?
Okay, here you have the findings. That it's an appropriate location because it has limited visibility, well, the porch and the shed would have limited visibility from nearby public rights of way and properties. Similarly, it won't adversely affect the neighborhood. Will not create a nuisance or serious hazard. Access to the street is appropriate. And the increase in FAR from 0.32 to 0.35, but 0.26 is the maximum allowed by right, is consistent with, in various ways, other structures in the neighborhood, similar in regard to those characteristics of other structures, and will conform to other relevant dimensional requirements, and the changes will have limited visibility from nearby public rights of way and properties. And that is all.
Okay, standard conditions.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Councilor Bowman,
Aye.
Councilor Greenberg,
Aye.
Councilor Kelly,
Aye.
Councilor Laredo,
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff,
Aye.
Councilor Lucas,
Aye.
Councilor Markowitz.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Rick,
Good night.
could I, I'd like to say one last thing. if I
Are you
may.
sure? Go ahead.
I too have lived in this neighborhood for a long time. And the animus that has been expressed this evening about my clients, the Reichenbach's use of their property with respect to how they plan to use it for their own family and nothing else. I want the council and the committee to know that the remarks are not true, and that the kind of animus generated in neighborhoods when there are rumors that are not true reflect more on the character of the people who mention these rumors, and that their responsibility would be to contact the building department, make a complaint, and I will deal with it as the architect of record, just as I dealt with somebody down the street who asked me twice to have them clean up the site and to do some work on the fence. And so I've been doing this, and I've been in front of this committee for years. And it is also a maligning of my character to say that my project is out of control, my builder is out of control, when in fact, what people are saying are rumors that denigrate the personal character of my client. And that's all I have to say about it. It's too bad that people believe this kind of stuff, but they do. And it's misinformation that they believe, and our culture is full of it. Thank you.
I understand your comments and appreciate them, Mr. Sachs. There's a backstory here we don't need to go into, that some of us have heard that what was going around the neighborhood, and I'm not going to get into it tonight. I'm kind of disgusted about the whole thing as well, but we'll just leave it at that. But I understand what you're saying, Mr. Sachs. Good night. All right, 2323, 697 Washington Street Realty Trust. Request to amend special permit 289-18 at 697 Washington Street. Who is here to present?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Michael Ross, attorney for the applicant, attorney at the law firm of Prince LaBelle. It's good to see you and the members of the committee, the counselors. Hello, everyone. Mr. Chairman, I have a presentation. I could wait for planning, however you want me to run it.
Go ahead. Well, what would you like? You want us to go to planning first because they need to be all-encompassing, and then you can fill in the blanks instead of being redundant. Why don't we do that?
Perfect.
Okay, Ms. Clement?
Sure thing. Let me share my screen. All right, hopefully everyone can see that. Awesome. So good evening, everyone. This is petition 2323, a request to amend the 2018 special permit for 697 Washington Street. The petitioner is seeking to amend their special permit to update the sign plan, revise a condition related to parking to allow employees to park on site, and to remove a condition which limits on-site transactions to 1 ounce of marijuana per customer per visit. So no additional relief is requested here, just some revisions to the existing special permit. In reviewing this request, the council should consider whether the site is an appropriate location for the proposed amendments to Council Order 28918, whether the amendments to Council Order 28918 as developed and operated will adversely affect the neighborhood, if the proposed amendments will create a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, and if access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and number of vehicles involved. The site is at the corner of Washington and Court Street in the BU2 zone in Newtonville. The site abuts a commercial building to the west, residential buildings to the east and north, and Mass Pike to the south. The BU2 zone extends to the east and west of the site along the north side of Washington Street, with some commercial uses to the east and mostly mixed use to the west. And there are 2 MR zones to the north with mostly single and multifamily uses. The site is about a quarter mile from the Newtonville Village Center. So the petitioner is seeking to update the wall signage on the exterior of the building and to add new wayfinding and informational signage. The locations for all 13 signs proposed on the site are here in red on the plan here. By way of a little history, the petitioner initially obtained a special permit for garden remedies in 2014 when they were, I believe, the first approved medical dispensary in the city. In 2018, Council Order 28918 was approved that allowed them to operate a co-located facility that serves adult recreational and medical customers. That special permit has since been amended several times, most recently in 2021, which eliminated an appointment-only condition and revised the hours of operation and updated the landscape plan. At that time, there was a proposal to amend the sign plan, but that was not approved at that time. So this plan indicates the location of all current and proposed signs on the exterior of the site and where they'll be. So there are 2 large signs included in the application that were reviewed by the Urban Design Commission, the UDC, in 2020. They voted unanimously in November 2020 to approve those 2 signs. The UDC has approved them, but the controlling document is the approved and referenced sign plan in the 2018 special permit. So that's why the petitioner is pursuing an amendment in addition to the UDC's review, which is already completed. So the first of those 2 larger signs is this one. It is a 59.4 square foot wall mounted sign on Washington Street. It reads Garden Remedies, Cannabis, Medical, and Adult Use. This is similar to the sign that's on the building now and to the version of the sign that was presented in the 2021 presentation, but the word cannabis is 25% smaller. So that reduction in the prominence of the word cannabis reflects some of the sentiment of the committee at the time, which was that it would be preferable to have cannabis be a bit less prominent on the signage. The second of those larger signs is this 24 square foot wall mounted sign on the Court Street facade facing the parking area there. The plans indicate there will also be a free parking sign under this one. Again, pretty similar to the sign on the site there now, but it does have the word cannabis reduced in size from what was presented in 2021. In addition to those 2 larger signs, 11 smaller signs are proposed on the site that are allowed by right. These are all 3 square feet or less in size. They've also been reviewed by the UDC, which was overall supportive of the sign plan there. And to give a sense for what some of those by right signs look like, I've included a few here. These are mostly for wayfinding. It also includes a sign that says no smoking, a QR code that links to their website, among a few others. Parking for the site is provided on 2 separate surface lots. They have a total of 19 parking stalls. The first is a lot accessed via a curb cut on Washington Street, which has 6 surface stalls. It's closer to the storefront for the facility. The second lot has 13 parking stalls, and that's the one at a lower grade, which can be accessed by Court Street. There's also steps that lead down to it from the upper lot. The petitioner is asking to amend condition 7 of their special permit, which prohibits employees from parking in either of those 2 surface parking stalls, parking lots. And it also prevents them from using the on-street parking. So they would like to allow for employees to park in the on-site parking facility. The petitioner has stated that there is typically a large excess of capacity for parking on the site. They provided parking usage counts that were done after the removal of the appointment only condition in 2021, which indicates that there is enough parking on the site to accommodate for employees parking there regularly. So the petitioner proposes amending that condition to allow employees to park in the on-site parking, but to maintain the restriction from employees parking in the on-street parking stalls. So planning has asked the applicant to provide a little bit more information in terms of how employees commute to the site now to get a better sense for what impact allowing the parking on site might have, and to get an understanding of the number of employees who are currently reimbursed for transit expenses in accordance with condition 7E in their special permit. The last amendment here is to condition 11 from the 2018 council order, which limits on-site transactions to 1 ounce of marijuana or its equivalent per customer per site visit. Essentially, on paper, that condition holds medical customers to the same limits imposed on non-medical adult recreational customers, which is 1 ounce per visit. The petitioner has proposed to strike that condition on the basis that it is inconsistent with what state law allows. Planning staff agree with that assessment. The state already governs the maximum allotments that customers are allowed to buy per visit, so that should supersede the special permit condition. And for some context, and also because I didn't know these limits,
I would just
medical
stop.
patients.
Yep, I just
Sorry?
stop you right here just to emphasize what you just said. I received, and I'm sure you all did, some emails from people talking about what they wanted to see tonight, and don't allow for the more than an ounce. That is not in our purview. Probably shouldn't have been. This was the first petition that came in front of us. We were all learning at that moment, and we probably shouldn't have put it in there. So the 1 ounce, exceeding 1 ounce, is matching the state law, and we don't have anything to say about that. So that's really housekeeping here, is it not?
Yes, that's correct. This is really just correcting the language of the special permit. The state controls this, so it's just correcting the language. It won't have any effect on
Thank
the
you.
amount of marijuana that can be sold or
Great.
purchased.
Just wanted to emphasize that because that was one of two focuses of some of the public. Continue. Thank you.
That is about it. Just wanting to emphasize that it's really just correcting the language so that it accords with state law. This is not something that we have the power to impose on.
That's right.
It through this. So medical marijuana patients are legally able to purchase and possess up to a 60-day supply as prescribed by their doctor. So that's a maximum of 10 ounces. Adult recreational customers are allowed up to 1 ounce per site visit. We do not need to have that in language in the special permit though, because that is controlled by the state.
Great.
So essentially striking condition 11 would have no real impact on the amount of marijuana that can be sold or
right.
purchased. It just corrects that inconsistency.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ross.
All right, thank you. I think Kat did a really good job. I'm just going to pull up my screen because I think there's a couple useful items here to walk the committee through. All right. And I'll be much quicker now because Kat really just went through it. So amending the sign plan, we did create, we did number this here, so I can kind of map it for you a little bit. But the big one was really these 2 main signs here. If you recall, I know that there was a lot of conversation about reducing the size of the word cannabis. So that's the before and the after. And this would get that where people wanted it. We tried to get it in the 2021. The land use committee was actually in favor of it, but for whatever reason, when it got to council, it fell off as part of the package. There were a lot of moving pieces, and this was kind of left out. So we're cleaning up on that essentially. Kat already walked you through this, but again, this is kind of an interesting, it shows you kind of the difference of what it will look there at the bottom. And then these are some of those examples of those signs that Kat pulled up already to help wayfinding that we wanted to show you. This is that main entrance that eventually will have a welcome oval under it when approved here. That's that free parking sign that's under that other sign that's going to have the cannabis removed or reduced in size. A reserved parking for loading, which will go closest to the entry. I'll show you where that goes in a second. We met, by the way, with councilors Lucas, Albright, and Norton last week, along with an abutter who's been very active with communicating with our team. His name is Adam Lunin. I think he's on the call today. I've spoken to him actually a number of times too. He lives directly next to the facility. So obviously he's very hands-on, and we've been talking. So at that meeting, he asked, he thought that the signs might be a little overkill. And so that lower sign that says entrance, which is right kind of the closest to the curb cut on Court Street, it was agreed, or it was asked, that we take that out of the package. So that's what we would be doing. We'd be submitting this plan with sign 13 scratched, but the rest would still be there. Those are the signs. The condition 7, we have some data that will help support us. Here's that location where the delivery would be, right there. Item 1 would be where the delivery goes. And I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, I have my client, Elizabeth Ryan. She's the director of compliance. She's also on the call. So if we have questions about operations, we can go to her. We did some, the team did some analysis, as Kat said, post condition of appointment only being removed. And the most we saw were 7 cars at any one time in the lot, at any one time over the course of the day in January. Then in July and August, we only saw, the most we ever saw were 4 at any one time. November 2022, 4 at any one time. So there really are, it's busy enough, but it's certainly not filling up that parking lot. So the plan would be to put these 4 closest cars in the corner. We wouldn't need to label them because the employees get in before customers start arriving. They would take these 4 spaces. It was kind of agreed at that meeting with Councilor Lucas and Albright and Norton that would be best for the abutter. So that's where we would put them. And then just that final piece, the big issue with the 1 ounce thing is that it is not that it said 1 ounce, it's that it said 1 ounce for medical, which medical has never had the 1 ounce limit. It's only been adult. And that's because you have patients with various conditions. They may not be able to get to the store, every week. It just might be harder for them. So that was the rationale behind that. And this might have been, it might have been an error. I don't know. I wasn't counsel at the time. It was, and like you said, Mr. Chair, everything was new. Maybe that was attempting to speak to the adult use side. I'm not exactly sure, but it is redundant and I think superseded by state law, which will govern. So that's it. I'll stop it there, Mr. Chair, and answer any questions that you might have or your colleagues might have.
Thank you very much. We are joined by President Albright and Councilors Maliki and Oliver as well, just to let everybody know. Okay, we can go to the public now. State your name and address, 2 minutes to comment if there's anybody here now that wishes to comment on this. Debony. State your full name and address, please.
Yeah, close.
Hello? And he's gone. Anybody else? Adam Lunin.
Hi. My name is Adam Lunin. I live at 24 Court Street. I was mentioned before, I'm one of the closest abutters.
Sure I
I
am.
can't.
Sorry.
Dave, you can go first if he's back.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, sorry, really
Yeah.
quickly. So I'm Dave Devaney. I live at 26 Court Street. I actually live right next door to Adam. So my property also abuts the parking lot. I really don't have much of an issue with the sign. The only issue I would have the only issue I would have with employee parking is just two things. One is I know they get in there before the place opens, but are they there the entire day? Probably not. I'm guessing they do shifts, so got to consider that in terms of the parking as well. And I would just want to avoid anybody idling. So any, cops still idle in that parking lot, customers still idle in that parking lot. So the signs aren't doing it. We need to just make sure that employees aren't also idling in that parking lot, like if they're on a break or something like that. Last thing I'll say before I pass it off is that signage fine, parking fine, the landscaping. We need to talk about this landscaping because it is just a bunch of dead trees lining Washington Street that was supposed to provide privacy for our homes, as well as just general, hey, let's replace some trees since there were a bunch torn down. And they've been dead and dying. A couple got replaced. They are dead and dying. Don't know whose thought it was to plant green giants on 5 foot of width, but those things need to be, in other words, you guys are being great neighbors so far, but that is like the piece that we need for this because it's gross. We got to look out on dead trees all the time, walk our dogs past dead trees constantly. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, can you recommend a tree that would flourish on a 5-foot strip with no irrigation that would work that you could tell Mr. Ross about?
No, I'll have that conversation, but I think most of the people on this call know how I feel about arborvitae in general as the solution to landscaping. So, Mr. Ross, I will give that some thought and be in touch with you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Ross, you'd be happy to fix this landscaping issue because that buffer was very important to us when we gave the special permit.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. The CEO met with the team and committed to this spring planting season to figure out how to improve upon the situation. And as you know, Mr. Chair, in the council's wisdom, they applied a formula for the direct abutters to also create trees on their own property to help with this very issue. And I do believe that a couple of the neighbors, maybe all of them, have taken us up on that and are working through that as well. So it's a real dual approach. We're going to try to figure out what's going wrong with our arborvitaes and the other plants on our site. We welcome any advice there the council may have. And also we're pleased to see our neighbors moving forward with the council initiative to create plantings on their site.
Thank you, Mr. Lunan.
Yeah, really quickly, Mr. Ross, we have taken you up on that. We really appreciate that. It just doesn't solve the problem with the people on Washington Street being able to see at an angle toward the insides of our homes. So it helps when people are coming up and down the stairs now. It's a little bit better. Again, we really appreciate that. That was a big help. But the trees that are on Washington Street are what we're talking about. And something needs to be done, whether it's green giants or box hedges or a giant wall. I don't really care. So I will pass on. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lunan?
Yeah, so piggyback a little bit on what Dave was saying and some other concerns. So I'm Adam Lunan. I live at 24 Court Street. And it's just really frustrating that we're sitting here amending a permit when the current permit is not really being followed, particularly in the case of landscaping. I'm not going to get into the fact that they said they were not going to have cannabis signs and snuck them in there. But the landscaping in Washington provides zero screening. If you look at the pictures of what was promised and how it looks today, it's not even close to being that. They did offer those funds to construct privacy screening on abutting properties, but it barely makes up for like the landscaping that's missing. And it's a drop in the bucket really compared to other expenses that we've incurred from property damage through lot construction. I know they're asking for on-site employee parking, something that they promised they would never do. Employees stay later. They're going to slam doors, beep alarms, have conversations after hours, and require the lot to be lit longer. Which now becomes an abutters problem. The respite that we have as abutters from the lot activity is going to be cut by an additional 7 to 10 hours a week. It's really their convenience at our inconvenience. When I raised this concern with Jeff Harold, he said the one thing he can control is his employees, which has very much been an issue in the past. Last year, my then 5-year-old son and I watched a store security guard pee on the sidewalk outside of our window. Somewhat tough to explain to a kindergartner that security guards are there to keep our neighborhood safe when they are literally relieving themselves on it. The worst part being not that my son witnessed it or that the store never apologized or followed up until I chased them down. It's that it wasn't the first time this happened. My son and I were also in his bedroom when we watched a customer relieve themselves in a dark, unmonitored lot during store hours. The permit involves lighting the lot during store hours. The permit is continually not led up to what it says and it isn't followed. Dozens of times we've been told they're going to pick up trash at the end of the day. At this point, every morning at 7 a.m., I take my dog for a walk and I pick it up myself. I found 14 cannabis receipts and a joint tube among a bunch of other refuse just in the last 2 weeks. It's trash from the store that they're supposed to pick up that now falls in the community to clean up ourselves. In the past, I've had to ask employees not to smoke cigarettes in front of my home and leave the butts on my property. There's just no accountability for this permit and following what's supposed to be said. This lot has had a major negative impact on air quality in our homes. The previous trees helped knock down particulates from the Mass Pike. There's now nothing blocking anything, and the landscaping doesn't remotely approach what is in the permit. My son has chronic kidney disease. It's a progressive disorder that will ultimately result in needing a transplant, and it's a condition that can be accelerated by pollution. Since this lot was built, we have had to spend significantly more money on filters and purifiers to keep our home and air at previous levels before construction. If the store were actually required to follow the landscaping that is in the pictures in the permit that's provided, it would help knock some of these particulates down. It really comes down to the required courtesy of following the basic of the permit and a basic level of decency towards neighbors. We take pride in our neighborhood. The store literally is trashing our neighborhood. It leaves us to clean up after them. It's not providing the landscaping that they ask for. I almost don't blame the store because they've always done what they want. That's been clear from the start. But why is there no enforcement of the permit? Why are we years down the road and the landscaping still hasn't been improved? The store should have to adhere to the permit and they should be held to the standard of what's written and approved. And I don't know, I've tried, but I don't know whose job it is to do that. But that's what we're looking for here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lunan. If the landscaping plan has not been executed, that is something that that we can enforce. Some of the other things that you're talking about don't have to do with the special permit. They have to do with common decency. They have to do with the policing of Garden Remedies not doing their job, firing that security guard and educating their people as to what they expect and how they expect them to behave. Those things are not under our purview, but I would hope that you would have called inspectional services, the police if you saw something, and the right avenue is not the special permit granting authority. It's after the fact, it's got to be other city departments when you see these things happen. I'm not happy with what you're telling me. I'd like to hear from the operations person who is here tonight to tell me whether or not she knows of all of these instances and what have you done and what will you do about it in the future?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Elizabeth Ryan. I'm the Director of Compliance for Garden Remedies. We certainly dispute some of the factual assertions that Mr. Lunan has made, but we also have met with him. I haven't personally, I had a recent death in the family, but we've met with him multiple times about these concerns. In terms of the security guard incident, we definitely did fire that person. It was actually a contractor. There was a third-party security guard. We are moving towards making all of our security internal and making them Garden Remedies employees. There are multiple trash pickups throughout the day by both our employees and currently the contracted third-party security. Again, though, we'd like to move that internally. We just completed, I don't have the number at my fingertips, but an extensive landscaping renovation. I don't know the details on exactly what he's talking about in terms of sticking to what we're supposed to. As far as we know, we are in compliance, and if we are not, we welcome another discussion about that. We do have, as I said, that our employees, as Jeff put forward, our CEO, we do have control over our employees. We have, in our opinion, very excellent employees, a lot of whom have worked there for many years, some of whom are also Newton residents. And we will absolutely make sure keeping on-site parking is in consideration for them and for their ability to be safe in terms of working near, in terms of, parking near their store, their place of employment. We obviously have no intention of interrupting the neighborhood. This is for them. It's proven quite difficult to find some parking when we're prohibited from having it on our own site, as well as prohibited from having it on the street. And so that is part of, that would alleviate a lot of the, some of the concerns, the anxieties of our own employees.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, based on, you weren't the attorney to begin with, I don't think, but based on the special permit and the landscape plan, was the landscape plan fully executed? And is what Mr. Lunan, what he's talking about is some trees that may have died. Can you speak to, I understand Mr. Lunan's passion, he lives next door, he sees more than everybody. We hear another side of things from Ms. Ryan. What I want to know is, was the landscaping plan fully executed?
Yeah, my understanding is yes. I mean, it's not the nature of what we were here for today. We did meet with Mr. Lunan ahead of this meeting, and we had a much better, I think, flow of conversation there. We would have been happy to have a more specific conversation about the landscaping plan, but landscaping did come up. My understanding is that some of the plants that were planted didn't make it. It's not as sparse as you would have it. As I'm on this call, I've had some text messages. I wouldn't even know how to show you this through the Zoom, but I see lush and verdant trees. Now, there are probably some missing gaps and spaces, and we're happy to fix those. I would be extremely surprised if this rose to the level of a site plan violation, where the trees we said we were going to plant aren't there, and that we tried to get by with a lesser array of plantings. I think more likely, from just having kind of looked at this in some of these phone images, is that a couple of them didn't make it. And if you live right behind the site, one or two plants not making it can make a huge difference. So we committed in that meeting on February 1st to get the plantings under control. And we hear his passion, and we want to have a good relationship. I think Adam wants to have a good relationship with us. He said that to me. He's on my cell phone. I've talked to him a few times. There's a level of connectivity between this store and this individual that I think there is good dialogue. But sometimes I think people get frustrated, and I hear that. I hear that tonight in his testimony. So we've committed to getting the plants that are dead replaced, while meanwhile others are growing and doing well, and will start to continue to block on a more permanent basis the abutters.
All right, thank you. Sarah Quigley.
Hi, Sarah Quigley at Wood Ave. I sent some comments to the committee and the council yesterday, which included photographs of the original signs on the site and the new signs. I wanted to send those out as a reminder so people could see the vast difference in style and size of the signs. The original signs were sort of promoted by Karen Munkasey, the original owner of the property, as a way of reassuring the neighborhood and community that this business would be very unobtrusive, blend into the neighborhood, and be a good neighbor. The new signs are very sort of just loud, very massive in terms of not only the size, but the word cannabis, even though you're telling us it's reduced, it's still larger in comparison to the name of your business. The name of your business is lowercase and it appears smaller. So it's also frustrating that it's taken almost 15 months for you to come back with a revised plan. And I don't think it's really addressing the neighborhood concerns. One of the prior counselors for the business was Attorney Stephen Bookbinder. He specifically sent a letter to the Land Use Committee stating that for the 2018 recreational permit, they were not planning to change signs. That's how they got these permits. That was one of the ways they did it, by selling it as a low-key business that would be a good neighbor and would not be really obvious to children, families. What you're proposing is a very minimal change. I think you can do better. I think you owe it to us to do better. The signs that you've put up there have been there for 2 years and they are violating your special permit. I think I am speaking for a lot of people, even though they may not be here tonight. It's not right. And I really think this needs to be revised. I don't think it should be approved as submitted. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that the committee knows that the signs that are, and the speaker knows that the signs that are up right now are the old signs. The new signs with the smaller word cannabis are
I'm sorry, I need to clarify. The signs that I'm talking about are the original Garden Remedies signs created by or designed by Karen Lynn Casey when she opened this business. All it said on it was Garden Remedies. There was no reference to cannabis. And it was a sign in scale in proportion to the frontage. It's not overwhelming. There was no reference to cannabis on it deliberately. And what your client is proposing is a very minimal change, and it's not addressing the neighborhood concerns that we were promised. That these signs, from the beginning, they promoted this business as part of the community, part of the neighborhood. She said, I live in Newton. I want to be part of this community.
Ms. Quigley, thank you.
What you're doing is...
We've got to move on, Ms. Quigley. I've got to go to other people. You're way past 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I give you a lot of leeway, please. Okay? Seth Anapol.
Yeah, hi. Seth Anapol. I live on 88 Central Avenue. I live about a block away from Garden Remedies. I just completely agree with Sarah's framing of the situation. And my biggest concern, is really like the appearance of the signs and the messaging that the business is putting forward into the community. I attended the 2014 meeting, and I heard Bookbinder and the doctor who opened Garden Remedies promise the neighbors that nope, this is only going to be medical. Then then they switched it to recreational. Times changed, and they promised the sign wasn't going to change. We're going to stay on the discreet. I'd like to argue that, and this is just my own opinion, that your customers will find you whether you put up a giant cannabis glowing from that you can see from the stars, or you just put up Garden Remedies. Your customers find you. I think that really the difference here is that the unintended purpose, maybe I'll give you that, is that you're really advertising to the broad world out there, and in particular, it's targeting, in my opinion, minors,
Mr.
and who go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Annapol, just for conversation here. One of the things that I've had a discussion with somebody today who emailed me was the fact that people talk about the word cannabis being in front of children. A child can walk into a liquor store right now. They cannot walk in to a cannabis dispensary. This was the first one that came in front of us, and we all approached it with care about this new, legal drug that Newton voted in favor of coming in front of us, and we did things like keep the sign smaller and don't have a leaf and all of that stuff, and we are now at 8. And that's all we need to do, 8 approved dispensaries. And as they open up, we're finding out that there aren't lines, that we have delivery now, that a lot of the fears that we had didn't come to realization. Adam Lunan, living next door, is dealing with some things that if he lived next door to other businesses, he'd have a whole host of other issues, and I feel for him. But the word cannabis that everybody's focusing on is like saying we need to take the word liquor off of liquor stores. And I think we need to start having that conversation. Now, what I do, hold on a second, what I do have an issue with,
speculating on that.
Mr. Annapol, what I do have, let me finish and I think you'll be content. What I do have a problem with is when Ms. Munkasey sold this business to the new purveyor, they threw up signs, correct, Mr. Ross, without approval. That's what they did. And they're coming back with a 25% reduction in the word cannabis, where they should have come back with signs that were the same size as the ones that they took down and illegally put up. So you're making this extremely difficult for this committee to look kindly on this. 15 months, and the signs are the same size, and you shrink it down a little bit. We can have a debate as to whether or not these signs matter at all, okay? Honestly, I don't think they do. I think everybody's overdoing it. But I have an issue with throwing up signs with no approval and waiting 15 months like everybody's going to kind of forget about it. These are the issues that I personally have. Mr. Annapol, anything else we really need to get moving
I was going
here?
to say, like, my neighborhood got rezoned to the Cabot School, and my neighborhood, we walk right over the Harvard Street Bridge right in front of Cardin Remedies to walk our kids to school. And it's just, I just think the street is just a nice thing. You go around, there's plenty of other places. They don't use the word, if you use the word cannabis, usually it's not in public way, like busy areas. But even if by right, it's not even a big deal to say the word cannabis versus liquors. There's just a common sense choice that you can make and it's out of respect to the neighbors and the community and maybe who knows what. I just think it's tacky personally, having big cannabis up there. I mean, it's just tacky. I think the business looks tacky. I think the location is just inappropriate for the amount of signage they want to put up. But those decisions are already long gone. So the best we can do as a land use in the town is say, what do we want in our town, and try to balance the needs of the business versus the needs of the community. That's all I really need to say.
Appreciate it, Mr. Annapol. Terry Sorrow.
Sorry, I think I'm muted. Terry Sarah from 44 Cook Street. Can you just clarify the signs that are up there are not the signs that should have been up there?
That is my understanding.
So if they put those signs up there, they should take them down.
Well, what they need to do is potentially, if we don't approve the signs that are there, they need to replace them with something that that was supposed to be there. Now, I will tell you, once again, we are looking at signs that weren't allowed to go up, but we have to look at them right now and say, if they came to us with these signs, would we approve? And we have every right not to, and to tell them to come back with something else, or we could approve them. That's what we're doing tonight.
Mr. Chairman, the remedy to cure the sign, so the signs were approved by the UDC, okay? They are compliant with zoning. They are
With
no
Newton,
different.
wait a minute, it's still my time. I'm still
Ms. Sorrow, I'll get back to you. He's just giving us some information. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
So they're compliant with zoning, and I would dare say they're no different than any other sign from any other company and any other business that doesn't have to go through, running a gauntlet for using the word of what they're selling. But the remedy back in 2021 by the committee, this committee, was to reduce the word cannabis by 25%, which this applicant agreed to do. And had it passed the full council, we wouldn't be here today. We are coming back here to fulfill a commitment that we made to the council back in 2021, and because the signs are still out of compliance, but because the remedy to cure is to be here to do exactly what we're doing. The reason why it took 15 months to get back here is because the work that we were approved for in 2021, which involved the plaza and the paving and all this stuff that we had talked about back then, we did, because we weren't going to keep coming. We did that. We lost on the sign, and now we're back to try to cure that. So,
Ms. Kemet, did we approve those signs as long as the word was reduce cannabis by 25%? Is that what we did?
That's what you did. And then when it got to the full council, they separated the sign, and there was one other issue, I think, and they got rid of that. And so that the full council just passed three things.
We separated the sign because we did not want to approve it at that moment and wanted something else to be done. I don't think we gave exact direction. Did we, Ms. Wewell?
No, Mr. Chair, I've listened to this meeting recently. It was the direction of the committee if they could make the size of the word cannabis smaller. That was pretty much the only specific statement made at that hearing.
Which we're doing now, Mr. Chair. And I did assert my client's rights at the time that to restrict the use of a word on a commercial advertisement is a restriction of their constitutional rights. You would not do that to another company, but you're doing it here to a cannabis company. So I did assert those rights at the time, and the counter to that, the trying to get to yes, we then offered the 25% reduction in the word cannabis. I thought that won the day because I believe, Ms. Wewell, I do think that this passed this land use committee, but then was stopped at the full council, which if my recollection is correct. Which means that this land use committee was at least on board with the plan that we're now back here with to try to execute.
Is that your recollection, Ms. Wewell?
It's not, but I don't know if Attorney Temple has a different recollection. I thought that the sign item did not carry at land use, but
yeah, I think we cut that out.
The sign did not carry in land use, and it was ultimately withdrawn by the petitioner before the full council voted to deny it.
Okay,
we denied the signs, didn't we?
In committee, the signs were denied, but the petition was, that part of the petition was ultimately withdrawn. So there was no formal action by the full council.
So in my mind, you were coming forward with a sign package that would be more acceptable, and we didn't approve a 25% reduction. We didn't approve anything. So this was a second go round at you listening to the reasons why we didn't want to approve them, and to come back a little smarter with something that worked otherwise. Now, I don't disagree with you with the word cannabis. I just said it's like taking the word liquor off a liquor store. This is a legal business. But I'm just concerned about what you come back with after it was basically a denial. Ms. Sorrow, continue.
I don't know. I guess we can agree to disagree with the word cannabis. I mean, there are children that walk by there, students going to Newton North. I know it's a business. Garden Remedies, okay, that was the sign before. kids going to church, kids going to Cabot's, you want to put cannabis. I mean, that's something you guys, you know, was it there, was it not there, is it, whatever. What really saddens me is when Adam, that some of this stuff is still going on with peeing and stuff like that. When this business initially opened, it was like there was a lot going on, and Adam was, you know, Adam, I hear your pain. And it saddens me that some of those issues are still going on. That's all I have to say. And I hope you straighten out with the signs, because we live here, and we see cannabis, you know, I mean, I guess everybody has their opinion, and yes, it was voted in, but to me, it's cannabis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've got to keep moving along. We have 2 more items. Please take your hands down after you speak, so I know that you're done. Thank you. Mr. Anapol, you've already spoken. Is your hand still up?
Yeah. I just wanted to make really quick 2 points. My understanding is when the sign board, whatever you call it, approve the sign, they approve it for size relative to the frontage of the business. They don't really look at the wording. They might say if there's anything inappropriate or like illegal, but that is it's their approval is based on what's allowed. And the other thing is, you know, in terms of the word cannabis versus liquor, I don't really think it's a 100% fair comparison, because I don't think liquor stores have to go through the same rigor of special permitting process. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an attorney or land attorney as this kind of organization. And there's also the intent and what was expected when they first approved it, and being consistent with what the expectations were of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to give us your full name and address, Gerald.
This is not Jeff Harold.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Harold. I'm the CEO from Garden Remedies. I just wanted to comment on the sign changes. I think the first thing is, I know there was a comment about Dr. McCasey selling the business. She still owns the same amount of the business as she did at those earlier dates. So there's been no change there. She's the president of our board and the majority of control in the company. And then the only other point I want to make is that the other dispensaries in town do not have signs as part of their special permit. They could go back to the sign committee and put up signs with the size that we had done originally, and they'd go off. They don't have to go through the same process that we are. It's just that ours were put into our permit back when it was originally put into place. And you know, the other point is that that was a mistake in regards to the signs that are on the building right now. We thought we followed the correct process. We went to the committee. The committee approved it. We got a building permit. We followed every step that we thought we needed to. And unfortunately, I guess we didn't know that it was in our special permit and required, and that's why we're here today.
Okay, that makes sense. The UDC had no problem with the signs, but the difference between, and he is right, between Garden Remedies and all the other ones, is that because this was the first, we controlled, you know, a lot of things that typically we don't, which is why the other ones don't have to come to us if they want to change their signs. That is an accurate point. Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. So one thing is, I would have appreciated being able to read the UDC and could not find that in the packet of documents in the special permit section. So I don't know if that's there somewhere. I'm sure Attorney Ross is correct. It's always just nice for me to actually read what their comments were. I can appreciate people feel the sign looks a little large, but if UDC says that it meets our criteria, I don't know that we have a place for that. I, of course, want to talk about the parking, and I do know that the plan, it seems, is to have the employees park in the lower lot. But I guess, could someone just please, the spots that are up top, closer to the building, are those 100% for use of the, of Garden Remedies? Are they shared with other businesses?
So those are exclusive use for Garden Remedies. What it's designated up there are the handicap accessible spots.
Right.
And we also have spots up there that are designated for medical patients only,
Okay.
as well as a space for our delivery.
Okay. So those spaces aren't going to be, you have medical patients coming and going, but maybe that's a little less frequent than your other patients.
Correct.
Got
And
it.
we have it up there. We have the medical patient only up there so that they have easy accessibility right to the store. They don't have to go up and down the stairs. Our
Right.
employee parking would be fully on that lower lot.
Right. I was actually more concerned about trying to make it so that there wasn't heavy volume coming in and out of that
Oh,
upper lot.
okay.
Because
No, I
that
understand.
actually is, people are backing out onto Washington Street, which is not a good situation.
No,
That's
I
actually really not a
understand.
good situation, the backing out onto Washington
Yeah,
Street. So,
I mean, there are limited spaces up there. But
Right.
I understand your concern.
yeah.
Councilor
of
Bowman,
course-
the
yeah.
UDC did decline to re-review the signs since they had reviewed them for size and met their needs back in 21. So they were the same kind of proposed set that didn't make it up there, but they had previously reviewed, and they didn't need to re-review. So they put that into
Okay.
the NewGov portal on November 15th, 2022.
Okay, I'll look, I just didn't see it. Okay. And of course, if we had made this parking lot, hindsight, but we say this again and again on project after project. We put in tons of parking for whether it's residences or businesses, and then almost always there's more parking than we need. And when we put in more parking than we need, there's less space for trees and plantings and other things. So I would hope at some point we're going to learn that lesson and start trying to, even if it's subtly changing, there are 2 parallel spaces in that lot that could have been, if they weren't parallel spaces, there's 9 more feet, 9 times 40, I think it's 9 times 40 feet. There's a lot of spaces for some big trees that could be planted there. So
We agree, Councilor Bowman. We absolutely agree with you. We
so
didn't
this
wanna
is a
build-
note. This is a note to neighbors and to the city council, is we really ought to be thinking about every time we request parking, tons of extra parking spaces, is that we are limiting our ability to put these, make it a little bit greener. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Laredo.
So I'm going to go easiest to most difficult, and I'm going to suggest that when we vote that we actually divide these up into parts A, B, and C. The easiest, of course, is to fix a technical error in the special permit. I think that is clear and simple. As far as the parking, I don't really think I have a problem with the idea of using spaces for employees, but I'd like to know from the manager and Mr. Ross, we put a whole bunch of bike racks in there, I think, as part of our special permit process. Are they getting used?
Yeah, Jeff or Elizabeth?
Yeah, I was there yesterday, and there was 2 bikes in the bike.
Are they filled? Are they filled to capacity?
No.
Are they half full?
The other day when I was there was 2 bikes. I know originally I think the plan at the time was to do those blue bikes out in front of the building, but I don't think that ever turned into.
Well, I guess my point is we've been requiring as part of, just like we require regular parking and we're constantly trying to get it right, we have been requiring lots of bike parking, and it would be very interesting for us to find out if it's getting overutilized, underutilized, or utilized to just the right level. So as we go forward, we can understand both what we should be putting in or mandating that what we should be putting in, and also if we're not creating the incentives for it, what are the incentives that we might want to create? As far as your employees, how are they getting to work? How are they getting to work now?
So right now, everybody is either driving or Ubering, which we subsidize. We have some off-site parking that we pay for. We also pay for Uber rides for people who need them.
So of your, I'm trying to find out, again, it goes to the issue of using public transit, using walking, using biking. Of your employees, what percentage take a car, either by Uber or their own vehicle?
So in Newton, probably right now, it's probably close to 100%, but in the bikes are definitely, are more utilized in the nicer weather. It's not exactly the best biking weather right now.
Sure.
So I would put an asterisk next to that.
All right. Well, I'll leave it at that. I think this is information we should be gathering, and I'd ask our planning department to look at this as we plan for future developments, to look at the utilization rates. I think just like we look at utilization rates for parking, we should look at our utilization rates for biking and make sure we're getting it right. But I'm fine with the ability of the 4 spaces to be used for employee parking. Clearly, the demand, as we put in there initially, was not there for the parking. And that's just something, as I think Chair Lipoff said, we learned as we're going forward. When it comes to the signage, Mr. Ross, why didn't you take down the signs when they weren't approved?
Because the remedy was because anything we would have put up would have had to be approved by this committee.
No, but you didn't get approval, and you were told that what you had was not okay.
Right, but it was not okay, Counselor, because it had the word cannabis on it. So there's a point where the rights of the applicant matter. And so we came back to this committee to say, you're right. The applicant didn't realize that unlike other similarly positioned cannabis stores, his sign was in the control documents, his sign site plan.
I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to cut to the chase here, Attorney Ross. I'm not going to vote in favor of any changes to the signs. And the idea in this day and age that you can't find a store, this is my phone. It is Google Maps. It is Waze. If I don't know how to get somewhere, I think I can plug it in and I'm going to get pretty darn good directions. So, you know, the idea that people within Chestnut Hill Square, for example, who are trying to find their way around a multitude of stores certainly need wayfaring signs. They're critically important in those kinds of places. But if you're looking for garden remedies, you've never been there before, and by the way, you missed the sign on the turnpike, you know, you got this. This gets you there. You don't need a big sign. I'll leave it at that.
Scenario, there would be no sign on a building that you're expecting customers to enter.
I think you could put a simple sign there. You have a number. Anybody with a phone in this day and age, that's most folks, have GPS and they can figure out exactly how to get to virtually any establishment. I'll leave it at that.
Well, you're not saying don't have any signs on the building. You're saying...
I'm not saying don't have any signs, but
it should be similar to the ones that we approved initially.
Yeah, we approved initially. It's reasonable. It's allowed people to get there. You haven't shown us that anybody hasn't been able to get there. And as I said, if anybody's worried about getting there, this is what they use. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just put ourselves in our shoes for 1 second. Let us assume that we believe them, that they absolutely didn't know that the signs had to go back through the special permit process, which is a reasonable assumption because the other groups did. So they take down the other signs, destroying the previous signs and breaking them into pieces. They put a new sign up in place of those signs, and now that's the only sign they have, and their only way to fix it is to get approval from you. What Councilor Laredo is suggesting is that we either take them down or continue to not come to your committee with different and put up some other sign. And I don't think that's a reasonable thing. The only thing we can do is come here and say, is this sign okay? That's what we're trying to do. It's what we were trying to do in 21, and it's what we're trying to do
Yeah,
today.
but you did it in 21 and you didn't get approval, okay? And anyway, you state it like we approved it in this committee and then we didn't approve it in this full council. We did not approve it and you withdrew it. That's the fact. One final point,
apologize the way
Mr.
I
Chair.
phrased it. You're
One
right, I
final
misspoke.
point.
I
I am
misspoke.
very...
Hold on, Mr. Ross. Go ahead.
I'm very concerned and sympathize with the neighbors regarding the special permit and it not being followed when it comes to landscaping and the like. And we, as Chair Lipoff said, unfortunately have zero control over enforcing our special permits. But I'll say to the neighbors again, file a complaint with Inspectional Services. If the landscaping is dying, file a complaint. If they're not carrying out the terms of special permit, file a complaint. Obviously, I think it's better to call Mr. Ross first and see if he can get some redress. But if it doesn't get fixed, there is recourse in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. President Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things, and then I'm going to just take off from the meeting. So with respect to employee parking, when we had our meeting last week, as I understand it, some of the other businesses in the neighborhood would like to be able to use the parking spaces on the street. And part of the reason for wanting to move the employees into the parking lot was to give other people a chance to use those spaces for their customers as well. So I have no problem with moving the employees back to the back. With respect to landscaping, of course, they should fix the landscaping and make it compliant. And I hope that some of the neighbors will take advantage of the opportunity to have the applicant put some plants on their property for screening purposes. Mr. Lunan could take advantage of that, and I hope that others can as well. And I hope that you'll go to an arborist and find out what kinds of plants will survive in the planting opportunities that they have on your site. Trying to read my notes. I don't understand why we're arguing about the sign. They're suffering from having been the first project that we approved years ago. And no other marijuana facility has signs in their special permit. Let them have their damn signs. Come on, let's be done with it. I think it's totally unreasonable to say take down signs and don't have any. I'm not sure I'd want to go into a store that didn't have a sign in front of it telling me what it was. So let's approve their signs and be done with that. And get rid of that condition 11, which shouldn't have been there in the first place. So I'm generally in agreement with every one of the things that they're asking for, and I hope that the landscaping will be fixed post haste. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Greenberg.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the landscaping, since there's an abundance of parking in the lower lot, I'm wondering if some of the 2 parking spaces could be removed and made into green space to enlarge the area so that larger, more healthy trees could be planted there. I think that would satisfy the neighbors and give more of a buffer to the neighbors. And in regards to the sign, I don't really have a problem with the word cannabis being on the sign, but since this was an agreement with the neighborhood when the store first opened, I'm not saying that there should be no sign on the building, but perhaps they could recreate the original sign that was up, that was there originally, and put that back up. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to think this is funny, but I agree with both of the last speakers because, Mr. Ross, I bring up the fact that, we basically denied it, asked you to come back. It would have been a good thing to get a little bit more creative than what you did. It sounds like the UDC gave approval. They thought that was all they need. We have micromanaged Garden Remedies because they were the first. The signs are in this special permit. They're not for anybody else. So I'm laying out the complexities here. So I don't have a big problem with these signs. I guess I have a problem with the process. And because it was a special permit, a lot of eyes are on this. And those signs were put up without the proper special permit authority. You know, if it was a mistake, I hear you. But, you know, we've got to take it seriously when we don't take something up, we don't approve it, we say come back to us, and what you come back to us with is not that much different. Do I care about the word cannabis? Sorry, everybody, I don't. Do I think these signs aren't terrible? I really don't. I have a problem with the process here that kind of locked you in to coming back with something a little bit more palatable. And so that's my struggle here. I have no problem with the parking. I don't want to see some of the spaces turned into trees at this moment. I think that getting the employees off the street, having the parking for this establishment is a good thing, and it does benefit the businesses around as well. You know, so I'm here to show all sides of this as the chair, and I do see them all, and I just wish that that what was brought back to us was a little different. Doesn't mean I'm not going to vote for it tonight. Councilor Markowitz?
Thank you, Chair. So, very quickly, just a few points. So I do hope we're going to vote this in 3 parts. Are we going to do that?
I guess we could. We did it last time, too.
I would like to do it in 3 parts. I'm fine with obviously correcting the technical deficiency. I think the parking coming on site makes sense to free up the spaces for the other businesses there. The whole sign kerfuffle, or whatever the correct word for that, I say they should go back to the original sign and then figure out what they're going to do. But I'm not going to vote for the sign just based on everything I heard here. I also don't have a problem with the word cannabis, but it's everything else relating to it that just kind of leaves me saying, no, I don't think so. So I'm all set. Thanks.
Thank you. We really need to move on. It's 9:30. We have 2 more items. Can we split this into 3? I think we're ready. Councilor Kelly?
Can I just add one more concern I have to the mix? I'm glad they're going to fix the landscaping. I'm fine with the employees parking in the lower lot. Cannabis is legal. I don't have a problem with that, but I think 12 new signs is a lot. When we think about visual clutter, I wonder how necessary all of those signs are. I'm just going to throw that in. Not sure how I'm going to vote on the signs, but the other things I'm happy to see. And I know that Mr. Ross, I'm not sure how long he's been connected with this since the changes, but you know, he is a guy who knows that this needed to come for a special permit. This is, you know, it's a second project we've had tonight where things have been built or installed before approval, and that is clearly not sitting well with many of us. And I'll be quiet so we can move on.
I did come on after the sign, but I do know these people, and I know that they made an honest mistake, and I don't know who they had, if it was between me and slash Mr. forgot his name.
Bookbinder.
Bookbinder, thank you. We might have been in between when that happened, but you know, they're apologetic for it. I didn't come on until after the mistake happened, and I've been trying to clean up for the last couple of years. I don't know if I've been successful or not. We'll see tonight, I guess.
Okay, Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things regarding the 4 employees parking. I don't really have much of a concern, but one thing we talked about last week in our meeting was that the employees were to park head in. They wouldn't back into the parking lot, into the parking stall. That way headlights would not be shining on the neighbors' homes on Court Street. Are you okay with that arrangement, Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I mean, we said we would do that. I would be concerned if you want to try to put that into a special permit. It's really starting to get pick-a-uni. But operationally, that's exactly what, you know, I can't even imagine them backing in anyway, but that's how we will instruct our employees to do it.
Agreed. I wouldn't want to put that in a council order. Mr. Lunan was, when he was speaking earlier, he was talking about a trash cleanup, and I was just wondering, what are the current efforts from Garden Remedies employees regarding trash pickup? I mean, he has said that he has picked up receipts at 7 a.m. in the morning. Why is that there is trash in the parking lot at night?
Yeah, Elizabeth.
we have hourly trash pickups. We have either our third-party security guard or one of our employees do hourly walks around the parking lot, around the grounds to pick up anything. Obviously, we don't and should not be going on to Mr. Lunen's property. We stick to what is our own property, but we do have been very vigilant. I have been there multiple times at all times of day and have never witnessed a trash problem. So this is something that is at the top of our mind. We focus on it every single day. If there's stuff getting overlooked, we haven't seen it, but we absolutely put all efforts towards it.
Okay, thank you. Please continue to keep up those efforts to removing trash from the area. Regarding landscaping on Washington Street, the landscaping on Washington Street is quite frankly pathetic. I encourage anyone to walk by the property on Washington Street and look at the trees. I took some photos of it. I would share my screen so we could go over it, but I know we want to move things along, but the trees are not growing. I mean, you can look literally through the trees and see the homes on Court Street. So yes, I do encourage you to consult with an arborist or any other professional to come up with a proper plan for tree plantings on Washington Street. Also with the trees, as you know, you have that green space in the lower parking lot, which probably could supply a couple of trees. Would you make any efforts to plant any trees in that green patch down there?
Yeah, so we were going to try to avoid triggering the site plan review. So there's that. We want to be careful on that. We've committed to getting an arborist or whoever handles our tree planting for this spring with an eye towards more lush trees. I just don't know if I can sit here and tell you that we're going to add 2 trees to that site without knowing that if they would survive or if we would need to adjust the site plan. There are zoning rules, I believe, at least they are on Boston. I'd have to look in Newton about how high trees can be without triggering some sort of violation, setback, what have you. So I'm just a little bit worried about shooting from the hip on the trees. It wasn't on the agenda technically for today, but I welcome the fact that we're having this conversation, and the CEO has committed to trying to figure out how to replant the dead trees with more lush trees, and I hope that's enough.
Okay, thank you. Can you just keep the Ward 2 councilors and the neighbors on Court Street alert when you do come up with your plan for the trees on Washington Street? And regarding this sign, I know that's the controversial one. We received an email a couple days ago from a neighbor in Newtonville, and it was linked to a 2018 letter from Garden Remedy's former council, Schlesinger and Buckbinder. And in it, dated July 23rd, 2018, it does say Garden Remedies does not intend to change its existing signage, although the signs will be moved when the new entrance to the building is operational. I guess that's one of the reasons why so many people are upset, was that Garden Remedies in writing said they weren't going to change the sign, and then they did. That's the reason, at least I'm hearing, why some people are upset. And I will not be voting for the reduction in 25% when we split them up. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I'm going to split up the vote into 3 pieces. Close the public hearing first.
Motion to close public hearing.
So moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, public hearing is closed. We are going to split this, Mr. Temple, into 3. Or
That's fine. We can add parens to break up the docket item.
A, B, and C. Okay. A will be the housekeeping of the ounce limit, which is just something we have to get, match the state. B will be the parking, the 4 spots on site for employees, and C will be the sign package. Okay, now, do we need to look at Do we can do it this way or without looking at a council order, Mr. Temple?
Yeah, I would recommend just taking votes on each of these now, and then we can prepare a new council order to reflect the vote on second call.
Thank you. Councilor Bowman, do you have to say anything more?
I have a question, a process question, Chair. I just want to know if that first vote on the ounce is removing the item as a special condition, because it seems like that rather than trying to match whatever is currently the state, it feels like removing it is the cleaner way.
Mr. Temple?
Yes, I believe that's what's being requested and what we plan to do.
Yeah, I think we clarified to eliminate condition 11 in the proposed order.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Clerk, call the roll on A, which is getting rid of the 1 ounce that never should have been there.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Councilor Bowman.
Aye.
Councilor Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilor Kelly.
Aye.
Councilor Laredo.
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councilor Lucas.
Aye.
Councilor Markowitz. The motion carries.
Thank you. And on Part B, the parking for employees on site, please call the roll.
Councilor Bowman.
Aye.
Councilor Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilor Kelly.
Aye.
Councilor Laredo.
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councilor Lucas.
Aye.
Councilor Markowitz.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and the last piece is on the sign package. Please call the roll.
Councilor Bowman.
Abstain.
Councilor Greenberg.
No.
Councilor Kelly.
Abstain.
Councilor Laredo.
No.
Councilor Lipoff.
Abstain.
Councilor Lucas.
No.
Councilor Markowitz.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have council orders for the rewritten. We're not going over it now because it needs to be redone. And that's the end of that one for tonight. Mr. Ross?
Thank you all. Have a good night.
All right, take care. Okay, 3623 CSSDP Newtonville, request to amend special permit 48-16 to construct 4 rooftop solar arrays at 255, 257 Newtonville Avenue. Who is here to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Land Use Committee. My name is Martin Mee. I'm the Director of Engineering for Luth Callan Renewables, and we're the EPC company working on this project.
Okay, would you like to go first, or would you like to have planning go first?
I'd like to have planning go first, just to go over a quick synopsis of our project, and then I'm
You
going
can
to
fill in the blanks. Great.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gleba?
Okay. Okay, so the petitioner is requesting a special permit to amend special permit number 4816 to modify the approved plans so as to include several solar arrays on the roof. The criteria that the council should consider whether this site in a manufacturing district is an appropriate location for the proposed rooftop solar arrays, whether those arrays will adversely affect the neighborhood, whether they will create a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, whether access to the site is appropriate. Here we see the site. This is an aerial view. This is the outlined in blue. The self-storage facility is obviously the building within the site. And you can see the topography lines that the lot slopes upward, going towards the east, going east on Newtonville Avenue, and from Lewis Terrace as well. Here's the site plan as approved by the City Council back in, I believe, 2016. That simply shows the placement of the footprint of the self-storage facility on the lot. This is the proposal. This is the roof plan as submitted by and proposed by the petitioner, showing the 4 solar arrays covering most of the roof of the facility. They also provided some elevations. From this elevation, this is from the east, in effect from Lewis Terrace, which does show how, for the most part, the arrays are not visible from street level. And there's some additional equipment. Some of this is existing, some of this would be additional that would be seen. This again it would be at the corner of Lewis Terrace and Newtonville. Here's the elevation from Newtonville, again showing a mix of proposed and existing equipment at that location. Here's a perspective provided by the petitioner, again showing the location of the solar arrays on the roof. And they're fairly shallow or low profile. This is kind of a view, but not quite, kind of looking down on the property from, in effect, further east on Newtonville. And that's all we have for now, and hopefully can answer any questions the committee might have.
Great, thank you. We'll hear from the petitioner if he has anything further.
Yeah, Michael, thank you again for giving the quick synopsis and for the help on the project thus far. So yeah, I also just want to provide some additional clarification. So currently this project is sized to directly offset 100% of the electric usage at this facility. And over the course of the lifetime of the project, it's going to remove the equivalent of around 5,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions going into the atmosphere over the life of the project, which is also like the equivalent of removing almost 1,100 cars off the road for a whole year. Additionally, I just want to mention that I do have some other proposed elevations that show it from other street views, if I'm able to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so this is the elevation that Michael shared. Here, let me see if I can. This is just a top-down view of what the project would look like. This is off Newtonville Ave at the corner of what it would look like if the project was slightly elevated. As you can see, the solar panels are barely visible. There's an existing 6-inch parapet covering the perimeter of the roof, and there is already HVAC equipment also that is visible on the project. Here's just another kind of more zoomed in view of the proposed existing equipment that we have. This is a transformer for the project and the main panel. And then this is the approximate location of the new equipment that we're proposing, along with the conduit that would be visible running on that eastern wall to our new equipment. And this is what it would kind of look like from the CubeSmart entrance at street level. Additionally, I would just like to clarify that this would have a very minor impact during the construction phase of the project. All of the, I'd say about 85% of the construction timeline is going to be directly on the roof, installing the actual racking and the panels themselves. All of the equipment deliveries and materials will be staged directly in the parking lot that is visible near the construction entrance, and all on-site employees for any of our construction team members or anything like that will happen directly in the parking lot. We won't have to shut down any of the street on Newtonville Ave or Lewis Terrace, so we will not disrupt the neighbors that way. And then I'd also just like to clarify that we're not proposing to install any additional lighting, and the solar system itself, while it's operating, will not generate any noise. That'll be distinguishable from nearby abutters.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go to the public. Mr. Roach.
I've been by this site a whole bunch. There's a lot of extra parking. Would you consider, as part of this project, adding car charging stations to service the neighborhood.
That is something that I can bring up with the project owners, but that is not something that we have discussed to date with them.
That is not part of the special permit. I don't know what to tell you about that, Mr. Roach. Interesting idea, but that's something that has to be brought to us by the petitioner.
It took me 20 seconds to get it out. I think we're fine.
All right. Who is next? Who would like to speak from the neighborhood? If not,
I would like to speak. I have the house at 20 Lewis Terrace.
your
My
full.
name is Bernie.
Yep, go ahead, Bernie.
My name is Bernie Hinteregger.
Go ahead.
I would like to read something into the record. We've had a lot of problems as abutters and the neighborhood with this property. Specifically, they have not respected the special permit, and they've destroyed many of the protected trees, as well as have not replaced trees that were installed. So I will read to you the number one concern regarding 255 Newtonville Ave has been and continues to be sufficient vegetative screening of the enormous flat industrial roof. The vegetative screening as required by the special permit is not in place. Trees protected in the special permit have been destroyed, and failed new installations have not been replaced like for like. Solar panels at this point in time would seriously further degrade the neighborhood. Some history on this. The initial proposal in 2015 was rejected as the plan did not protect enough mature trees, and in order to win the approval, the developer agreed to protect an additional trees. The plan protection was for 28 trees. Presently, there are 21 trees, and there are more trees dying because of the mistreatment and the lack of protection during construction. The special permit required installation of protective fencing around these trees, around the drip lines. The developer did not comply with this requirement. I have pictures. I have sent this email to all of the counselors. The special permit prohibited excavation into the tree root zones, and the developer did not comply with that requirement. They effectively blatantly disregarded the construction special permit, and they destroyed these trees. Now, recently, one of those trees that they destroyed, it was damaged and considered dead by Mark Welch 2 years ago, fell, ripped down the power lines, it broke telephone poles, ripped the power lines off my house, and caused $8,500 of damage. No apologies from CubeSmart, nothing. They didn't clean their mess up in our lots. They cleaned theirs up. That's the kind of relationship we have. The special permit called for 22 15-foot evergreens. There are 13 15-foot evergreens on site. The special permit required like-for-like replacements of the new 15-foot trees. That didn't happen. There are only 13 15-foot evergreens on site right now. Now, if I spin back to November, there were only 5. Review of the public hearing work session memorandum on June 24th reveals issue number 1. This is in your memorandum. Vegetative screening on Lewis Terrace is the number 1 issue for the neighborhood. Vegetative screening of roof is now almost entirely absent. This is not the bill of goods that we were sold. We were supposed to have a screened building. There was supposed to be large deciduous trees that would take away the view of this very hideous industrial roof. Additionally, the large pine trees that were planted were supposed to augment that screening and eventually give us screening in the winter months. We have no screening now. We have no tree canopy. The concerns for carbon, not respected. The vegetative screening is insufficient for the existing flat roof. Solar panels will further compromise an already bad situation. Vegetative screening requires compliance with the existing special permit. At such a time, the vegetative screening on the roof achieves what it was presented to be, then the solar panels should be considered. But right now, we need compliance with the original special permit. We didn't sign off on this. We've been fighting, this has been since 2015, and we are not getting our fair result.
Thank you, Mr. Hidden.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. We are all aware of what's happened with those trees, the ones that didn't make it, the one that went on fire. We are all quite aware of that. And it is part of what we're doing. The special permit and sticking to what was necessary in the beginning matters. I would hope that we could talk about the acceptance of solar on this, as well as talking about what still needs to be done. We can hear from the petitioner what they're trying to do. We've learned a lot from this one. That certain, if you plant bigger trees, there's a bigger chance that those trees are not going to make it, which is sad because we wanted bigger trees for bigger screening because of the sloping nature and trying to take care of the views for the neighbors. But planting smaller trees have a better chance to take root, survive, and grow to where that you want them to be. You just have to wait for it. So it's frustrating for the neighbors. I totally get that. Anybody else from the neighborhood before we go to the council?
So I just want to say that I got this notice on Thursday last week. Most of the people in our neighborhood are completely unaware that this meeting is ongoing. I think it's inappropriate to vote on anything right now. We've got a very serious situation where there is a non-compliance with the existing special permit. I think this would just be really premature. I don't understand how the greater good would be served by approving anything on these solar panels right now. In April, we'll have the opportunity for them to do more remediation and give us some kind of a result that resembles what they told us.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you. I gave you much more than 2 minutes. Please, thank you. Please mute. I lost my train of thought. Anybody else from the neighborhood before we take it to the council? One thing I do want to ask planning, did they not execute the landscape plan that they were supposed to execute? Or did they execute it and because they didn't take care of the trees, because of weather, because of all these other things, did we lose some of the trees? So it's different to me. If they didn't execute what they were supposed to, that's one thing. But if they did it and things didn't take and they didn't nurture them, that's another. Planning, can you answer that question?
Yeah, so we believe it's the latter. When they came in for their CO, we would have gone out and inspected the site. And at that point, the trees that should have been installed per the landscape plan, we believe were there. But we do acknowledge some have clearly died in the time since.
Okay, so I just want to be fair that they didn't shirk their responsibilities in meeting the special permit, but over time, quite quickly, the trees that died, now it's not in compliance, but I just want to get the history right. Councilor Laredo?
I'm going to defer. I think Councilor Leary is on, and she's certainly, and Councilor Oliver, and Councilor Greenberg, of course, the Ward 1 councilors, I think, are all quite aware of this. I do think, Mr. Chair, that there were a number of trees taken down in the construction process, and that was contrary, if not to the letter of the order of the board or the council, certainly to the spirit of it. The whole concept here was that they were going to preserve a big buffer of trees. And in fact, a number of those trees got damaged during the construction process, and that in turn has caused other problems. I can't say one way or the other whether in fact the trees were actually planted per the landscape plan. I think though is that something, Mr. Gleba, that you reviewed personally, or would that have been inspectional services?
No, that would have been planning. We would have gone out and taken a look at what had been installed at that time.
Okay.
And he approved everything that was supposed to be installed.
Right, but clearly then what happened afterwards, is they didn't take care of it properly.
That's what it
Bottom
sounds
line.
like. Yeah. Okay, Councilor Leary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councilor Laredo and myself, as well as Councilor Lucas, attended a meeting that Councilor Laredo helped to organize with the neighbors that was very well attended. And Mr. Hittenberger was there. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Bernie.
It's okay, everybody does.
And I just wanted to give a little bit of history with that. Councilor Laredo is correct. The trees, I believe that the trees were put in as per the special permit, and I discussed that with Mark Welch. However, they were damaged during construction, and the trees that were promised to be protected were not well protected, so they were doomed. You really have to do a great deal of care to protect those larger trees, which was very unfortunate. I believe CubeSmart did try to make it right. However, we had a very hot summer and their irrigation system failed. So a lot of the trees did die. At the recent meeting we had a few months ago, we had committed to putting in the buffer, including larger species of deciduous trees closer to the building. Now, I want to say one of my concerns with the solar panels is if we're going to have taller trees, which is what was promised to the neighbors at this meeting, closer to the building, because I think most of the committee is aware that that's a very sloped hillside. So there's a big view looking down at the building right now. I have some concerns about how those trees would impact the solar panel. So I think that's something the committee needs to think about. I'm certainly in favor of putting up solar wherever possible. However, removing that huge canopy of trees was also a big environmental loss to keep in mind. But the building's there now. I also want to mention that both Councilor Laredo and myself and other councilors are docketing an item, a discussion with both planning and ISD regarding the process for enforcing landscaping for special permits and the follow-up. So this kind of thing does not happen again. And I heard some of this as I was listening to the discussion with Garden Remedies as well. I think we need to do better with that process, and I hope that docket item will do it. But my main concern, speaking regarding the solar panels, is that going to be in conflict with taller, mature trees closer to the building that were planned to be used as a buffer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you. So I had the same concern Councilor Leary had about how trees might impact if they've done some modeling on that. Let's assume that has happened. But second is, I appreciate the neighborhood's concern about holding CubeSmart responsible for fixing the landscaping to get it to a point that they feel is in the spirit and the actual in compliance with the previous special permit. But that said, I think it's so critical that we take every opportunity we have to address, when we have an option to address climate change by allowing someone to create electricity with solar power. I don't want to hold that hostage over getting this done. So I think that's like a double whammy. So I think that it's important that we allow CubeSmart to go forward with putting up the solar panels, but that we continue to put pressure on them to be in compliance. Because if they're truly not in compliance with the special permit, we do have tools for that, right? We can enforce that. There are fines for that, if that's, if it's just a matter of encouraging them to get out there and do what they have promised to do. And then, so anyway, I do plan on supporting this. I don't see any reason to hold that back. But it doesn't mean that I'm not sympathetic to getting the trees planted, but I don't think the trees are going to get planted any faster by holding up the solar power. Thank you.
All good points, Councillor Bowman. Once again, it's an ask for something when something else isn't going right. And do we connect the two in the wintertime to say no until you rectify the tree situation, which probably couldn't happen until the spring? Nobody's against solar. Everybody wants to put this. Three houses across the street could put solar tomorrow. The neighborhood has nothing to say about those homes putting solar on their roofs facing the homes across. So the fact that, you know, solar can be seen, I think is not something. But I do understand how difficult it's been for the neighborhood watching this special permit with the landscaping just literally fall by the wayside around the property. Councilor Laredo?
So I'm obviously quite a strong proponent, as I think everyone in this council is, about the use of solar. I do have some questions, though. I want to understand, and first of all, I want to remind my colleagues that this is not a typical rooftop solar installation, in that it is at the bottom. I think most of us are familiar with the site, at essentially the bottom of a steep hill. And so a whole group of neighbors are literally looking onto the roof, which is why when we deliberated on this several years ago, we talked about the possibility of something like a roof garden, for example, to mitigate that. So they won't be visible from the street, or minimally, and I think Planning's memo is accurate in that regard, but they will be quite visible from abutters on the Newtonville Avenue up to Bellevue Street, Lewis Terrace side. But my questions are as follows. One is for the petitioner. If we approve this, how quickly are you planning on installing these?
Yeah, that's a great question. With the current supply chain, I think we would hope to get this. The estimated construction process is probably, I'd say, like 6 to 8 weeks. So assuming that everything goes well with permitting and approval at this meeting, potentially by the end of April, the site would be fully complete, potentially.
So I presume you could delay installation until after the plantings of new plants and trees in the area, so that we can see where those are located and how they might appropriately screen it. That's not going to delay you more than a couple weeks, right?
The only thing that I would have to double check is when we got approval from the utility company to install this project. It was, I think, in November of 2021, and there's a fixed amount of time that our actual application is valid with them. And as I mentioned, there have been some unfortunate supply chain disruptions that most of the world has experienced as a result of COVID-19 that ended up actually delaying us to actually start to apply for permits on this project and actually get it built, which is when we originally found out about this issue. I think it was in the fall, maybe in October, when Mr. Gleba brought it up to our attention.
So you got approval though in 2021, and you're coming to us now in February of 2023?
Yeah, so part of the reason is the way our process typically works is we'll try to source materials, but due to extended lead times on equipment, until we have confirmed estimated delivery dates, that's usually when we'll apply for permits. And typically building and electrical permits are the only thing that are required for rooftop projects. As I mentioned, I wasn't aware. The project developers told us, did not inform us about any issues with like a special permit or anything of that nature. So we were under the assumption that it was going to be a standard rooftop project where we just do a building and electrical and fire permit.
So what I would say is I appreciate all that. I appreciate your timing. I think we've heard previously from Mr. Welsh that plantings would probably be done in April. So My strong suggestion of the council is if we approve it, that we tie it in so it's sequential and that at the very least, the approved landscape plan is thought out and put into place and agreed upon before you do any construction, because I think they, as Councilor Leary said, there's going to be some intersection of the two. So that's question number one. Question number two is, the roof, as I recall, is a white roof, if I'm not mistaken, which is designed not to reflect sunlight. Is that correct?
It's actually the opposite. White roofs reflect more light.
I'm sorry, forget. I probably got it completely wrong, so you can correct me. The idea is that the roof was not supposed to reflect. That's what we approved. With the addition of solar panels on the roofs, what reflections, if any, will be given off that will be visible or affect neighbors?
So the actual sunlight that would be hitting the roof would slightly bounce back off the roof and hit the back of the solar panels, and they actually produce slightly more power that way, but they don't actually generate additional sunlight or glare from the sunlight getting reflected off the roof.
Okay, that was
Depending on
you are more artful than I was in your answer than I was in my question. I was trying to get at the glare impact. And finally, in terms of location, is there a way to move the solar panels more towards the Newtonville Ave side rather than the Lewis Terrace side, if that's going to make any difference?
Yeah, of course. Happy to answer that. I think when I think it was Councilman Leary and Bowman that mentioned that and the impact on the shade of planting additional trees. So I actually wanted to answer that question originally. We'd be, if you look on the eastern part of that, the western part of the roof, there is actually a pretty decent amount of open space. So we would be able to relocate panels from the eastern edge closer to Lewis Terrace to more on the western side to minimize the overall impact directly on that.
So that would, so if I understand you correctly, that would allow for the same generation of solar power, but also allow for greater tree growth along Lewis Terrace, which in turn would provide screening but not interfere with the solar panels.
Yes, correct. Because we would just run a shading simulation and then just place panels in a location where it would not be impacted by the trees that are going to be planted or are already planted, depending on whatever the final heights are.
That's very helpful for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm so happy that I am going after that last answer because I think shifting some of those panels to the western side of the roof from the eastern Lewis Terrace side makes so much sense for all the reasons just listed. I would like to say that it's really laudable that you're going to put solar panels that will cover 100% of the electric use of the building. Like others have said, I wouldn't want to slow down that goal. In terms of the timing, it's my professional opinion that it would be better to do the roof work first. I always, as a landscape architect, hate it when, roof work then messes up what happens on the ground. So I think as soon as you can get that going according to your timeline to do the roof work panels, the better. I might vary a little bit from Mark Welsh and think that May would be a better time to aim for the tree planting than April. You never know about this crazy New England weather, especially now. We have had snow sometimes in April in the past. It's just a little bit safer. And like supply chain problems with windows and panels, we don't really know what trees are going to be available, what varieties, what species, what sizes at what time of year. So there's going to have to be a little wiggle room on that too. I too had the question about, you don't want to put in trees that are going to shade the solar panels because that's obviously counterproductive. So shifting the solar panels some really makes sense to me, and moving the trees back away from after you do your shade simulation is, you guys know what you're doing, and that's smart. I was surprised at the small size of the panels and how flat they are. I was really happy to see that. I think that the visual impact is much less. They're not big panels. They're not very tilted. They're not angled. They're quite flat. But if you can shift them away from the Lewis Terrace people and view and do more trees, in terms of the trees, I'm not sure when or how unless we're asking them to come fully in compliance with the approved plan, which frankly required trees that are bigger than we would suggest putting in, maybe some money needs to go into our tree fund as remediation for the problems that already existed and for the casualties that have occurred. But putting more in, again, to try and replant them makes sense. And again, after the roof work is done, even though I appreciated hearing that most of the work will take place on the roof, they still have to get up there somehow. And sometimes stuff just comes off the roofs down to what's below it. So I hope that the solar panels are fully installed before the remedial landscaping happens. I think that's all I needed to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, Councilor Rito, go ahead.
Just respond through the chair to Councilor Kelly. Councilor Kelly, I certainly would defer to your professional judgment as to the order. My biggest concern is that we at least have a plan before they start putting the solar panels up, so that we know where the trees are going to be located. We know the approximate size, and we're doing it in a coordinated fashion. Is that something that you think, in your judgment, is feasible?
Definitely, and advisable. But again, there's sometimes things are a little different. Usually what I do is specify a particular species or variety and size, but with alternatives. Again, because not everything is available right when you want it. You might need to look at something else. But yeah, having a plan, having an idea ahead of time absolutely makes sense.
All right, then I think that Councilor Kelly's suggestion makes eminent sense. Thank you.
Councilor Leary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also thank Councilor Kelly for her experience as a landscape architect, because I did have some concerns about the timing and whether or not I think the solar should have probably go in first before the trees. But I would like to have more of a plan. And as Councilor Kelly mentioned, there are a lot of variables, and Mr. Welch also explained that to me. The supply of we're looking at taller deciduous trees and considering planting not only in the spring, and I'm not sure of the month actually, and also the availability, but also perhaps in the fall as other species might become available. What I'd like to know is, these are going to be taller trees and that will grow, and in 10, 20 years, they're likely going to have to be trimmed, or that's my question. How are we going to manage the trees with the solar panels? Of course, I think it's a great idea. Solar should be put wherever possible. On rooftops is an ideal location. But I just am a little concerned about that we need to be planful about how this is going to work. And the future, when the trees grow, are those going to interfere with the solar panels? I was glad to hear the discussion about moving the solar panels further to the west. So I just want to keep that discussion going, and knowing these are going to be long-term vested investments that we need to work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Maliki. Last word here. Go ahead. Oh.
Okay, about the trees. Nothing wrong with planting trees in April, early April. I think Mark Welch might even have planted trees in March. You can basically put them in when they're dug up from the nursery, and any snow we get in April is going to be added moisture, which is actually helpful for the new trees. I would like to disagree with the idea that we shouldn't be saying we expect trees to be topped when they start
right.
Interfering with the solar panels. The priority here should be adhering to what the special permit originally promised, which was screening for the neighbors. I wish we had the expectation that anytime in the next few years or even possibly, decade or two, that these newly planted trees would be tall enough to shade what looks like a very high roof. But there's actually going to be, I think, quite a few years before even solar panels up to the edge are not going to have any interference from whatever trees are planted. At some point in the future, when the trees get tall enough, the trees should be left alone to do their natural thing and shade, screen the neighbors from the roof. This issue came up a few years ago when the mayor wanted to cut down a whole bunch of very mature oak trees, the Oak Hill Middle School parking lot, the Williams School oak trees, and a whole bunch of others. The huge one by the new Ainger Gym, because they were going to shade the solar panels. When it was studied a bit more, it was determined that they might lose 10% of the solar power. And they said, okay, we don't have to cut those trees after all. And it makes sense, because the only time you're really losing power is, like in this case, when the sun is, rising in the morning. You might, whenever, 10 or 15 years from now, those trees might shade the roof. But the rest of the day, they're not an obstruction. And it's only when there's direct sun. When you've got, hazy, bright, cloudy day, whatever, the sky is one big light box. The light is coming from everywhere. You're getting light even though there's trees next to the roof. So I would, let them go ahead, put their solar, if they want to put solar panels wherever on the roof they want to put them, just know that we're going to protect the trees first in the future. And if they have a little bit less solar power output, so be it in 10 or 15 or 20, whatever years.
Thank you, Councilor Maliki. Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be brief. I see the time, and we have one more. So this petition is to amend special permit 4816. So what I did was I looked at special permit 4816. And I was looking at it mainly because I knew this site had created a lot of controversy surrounding the trees. And one thing that I found was in condition 14 of the original special permit, it says, and I quote, "All utilities shall be located underground from the property line." So I went to Google Maps and I even did a site visit, and the utilities and planning and the law department are aware of this. I've already been in contact with them. They are not underground from the property line. I have filed a zoning enforcement request regarding this, and I'm going to file another one tomorrow because I did a site visit this morning and found additional, proof that the utilities are not underground right now. So because I have not heard back from inspectional services, granted I filed the request yesterday, but because I have not heard back from inspectional services, I am not going to vote for this petition tonight. I will abstain. I do support solar, but I cannot support it at this very time right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Laredo?
So while I very much not only appreciate but applaud the diligence of my colleague from Ward 2 in noticing that our council order was not followed, and by the way, undergrounding utilities is something that we have, I think, routinely insisted upon as standard operating procedure for virtually any new project. I do think that the overall goal of getting solar energy in here is really important, and I think we ought to nevertheless move it forward. And I'm prepared to move it forward this evening. Query, and maybe through the chair to Councilor Kelly, I wouldn't expect Mr. Welsh to have a finalized landscape plan between now and when we take this up in full council. But is it reasonable, in your judgment, to have at least a preliminary plan so we have some idea of what we might see before we vote on this, because I think there's a understandable tension here between trying to get solar in, which we all want, and addressing some very real and serious concerns regarding the screening and the plantings.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to?
Yes, go ahead. Through me.
directly
Yep, go
answer
ahead.
that? I think that that's also a question for the petitioner. They know their design team, whether that's a very quick turnaround for a landscape plan. I would like to have them think about reverting to the concept of what was there before, that they're not in compliance with now, but by having more smaller trees rather than fewer larger trees. I, like you, Councilor Laredo, I think having a plan would be a good idea, but I don't want to hold up the installation of the solar panels, which I think should go in. So that's sort
Well,
of
I think
an iffy answer. Sorry.
No, that's why I asked the question. I appreciate it, Councilor Kelly. Mr. Chair, maybe we can craft the order in such a fashion that it requires, before we allow the actual installation, an approved plan by Mark Welsh for landscaping.
Absolutely.
And if we put that condition in there, I think we provide an appropriate safeguard for the process, and we ensure that we know exactly what's going to be done before the solar panels get put in.
Absolutely. That's where my mind was heading as well. Councilor Markovich is shaking his head. So I think that is something that I would absolutely be in for. Do we have a motion? We have a motion to close the public hearing by Councilor Laredo. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Public hearing is closed. We have a motion
I'll move to approve.
to approve by Councilor Laredo. Let's take a look at a council order and let's get that condition in that we all want.
Yeah, so actually the packet included the existing special permit. So we would amend that in order, simply saying everything stays the same, except we will add the sheet, the plan for the solar into the existing order.
Okay, so Mr. Temple, we need to add to that a condition that the solar will not be installed until a landscape plan is approved by planning with the assistance of Mark Welch to make sure that the existing landscape plan is followed and then some, because of some of the trees that came down that shouldn't have. I know we
Yeah,
can't write it that way, but you know what I'm getting at.
I do, and it will be written in a way to require approval by Mark of the landscape plan prior to issuance of a building permit for the installation of solar. But I think there may need to be a little bit of additional guidance as to what this committee wants that landscape plan to show, because I've heard some conflicting things. It's not necessarily just a plan that's consistent with the original plan. Councilor Kelly maybe indicated it would make sense to vary from that original plan. And I know from my work on this over the years and talking to Mark Welch, he never thought that original plan was the right plan for the site to begin with. So I don't want to necessarily have the committee dig in on that original plan.
Well, can we give leeway to Mr. Welch?
You can, but I think you should maybe give some guidance to him as to what the goals should be for the plan.
Mr. Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can I suggest that the landscape plan be consistent with the originally approved landscape plan and the retention of the existing trees at the time the special permit was issued in terms of density and shield? Density may be a loaded word. Shielding and screening of the property between the property itself and the neighboring properties. I think that was the intent here, and I want to make sure that we capture what was lost during the construction process, which shouldn't have been lost. How we do it, you know, I don't have the expertise to provide that, but I think it's not just the landscaping plan, it's all the other trees that got damaged or destroyed in the construction process. Does that help, Mr. Temple?
It does, and Councilor Kelly, maybe you can help me here, but I think what Mark Welch will say is that he wouldn't want there to be a one-to-one replacement if there was a tree of a certain height.
That's not the request. It's to be consistent with. It doesn't have to exactly replicate.
And you make reference that Mark Welch would have done something more or different. He is our expert. If there's any leeway you can give to him to take it a little further based on his discretion, I wouldn't have a problem with that as long as it implements what was there to begin with. But if he has some suggestions, he's the guy.
I agree, Mr. Chair. The idea is to at least make it as good, if not better, than what was there originally plus what was promised.
At his discretion for the addition
How he
above
does
and
it,
beyond. Yeah.
how he does it.
Okay, I'm
I'm
sorry.
not-
We've given
that
you
makes sense.
we've given you one of the harder ones to craft, but I'm sure you're up to it. Thank you.
Respectfully, can I just say?
No, I'm
Nothing?
sorry. I'm sorry. No, thank you. Public hearing's over.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the, excuse me?
Yes, hi.
Mr. Gleba, go ahead.
Yes. So two quick things. We would need new plans showing the arrays move further to the west, if that's what the committee wants.
Yes, I think that was agreed upon by the petitioner and
So
the
they will
council.
need to submit those plans.
Petitioner good with that? You did say it was fine to do?
And that would be before the council votes.
Excuse me?
So would that happen before the council votes on this?
We're
Or
voting
before
on it
vote-
tonight.
Well, the
What's
council-
he talking about?
I think Mr. Gleba
Before
means
the
the full council. I think that would be on the 21st.
I think the question,
need to
Mr.
cite
Chair,
to
is
the
could we
new
get a
plans.
substituted plan to show the
Oh,
panel moving
you want
over?
a substituted plan by then? I guess we should, yes, we should have a plan of the rooftop showing the array placed where we have been, with the new placement. So we would need that from the petitioner by the time we vote on it. Okay?
Excuse me, that was by February 21st, Mr. Gleba mentioned?
Yes.
I think we would need it in advance by the 17th, the latest. It needs to go out in a Friday packet for the council.
All right, thank you. The meeting's the
Thanks, Michael.
21st, but they need it sooner. Okay? We have a motion in front of us to approve. Please call the roll.
Counselor Bowman,
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
Counselor Lippal,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Abstain.
Counselor Markowitz.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, good night on that one. We're going to move on. 33-23, Youngsung Park, request to allow a 3-story structure with 32 feet in height and FAR of 1.42, and to waive 7 parking stalls at 296 Watertown Street. I think we're going to go to planning first. Ms. Kemet.
All right, let me just share my screen. Hold on one moment. All right, hopefully everyone can see that. So this is petition 33-23, located at 296 Watertown Street. The petitioners here are proposing to raise the existing single-family dwelling and construct a 3-story structure with commercial space and parking at the ground level and 2 residential units above. The relief required for that includes a request to allow a 3-story structure with 32 feet in height, to allow an FAR of 1.25 and a waiver of 7 parking stalls. In reviewing this request, the council should consider whether the site is an appropriate location for the proposed mixed-use project, which requires relief to allow a 3-story structure with 32 feet in height, to allow an FAR of 1.25 and to waive 7 parking stalls, whether the proposed project will adversely affect the neighborhood, whether the project will create a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, if access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved, if the proposed FAR of 1.25, where 1 is the max allowed by right, is consistent with and not in derogation of the size, scale, and design of other structures in the neighborhood, and whether literal compliance with the parking requirements is impracticable due to the nature of the use or the location, size, width, depth, shape, or grade of the lot. So the property is located on Watertown Street in Nanantum. Most of the properties to the west of the site along Watertown Street are also zoned BU1. Colletti Magni Park, public use, is a bit north of the site. The uses in this area are a pretty diverse mix of residential, commercial, mixed use, and open space. The site consists of a 5,388 square foot lot, which is currently improved with the single family dwelling that was constructed circa 1900. In September 2021, the NHC, the Historical Commission, voted to waive the demo delay on that structure based on plans that were presented at that hearing. Vehicular access is provided to the site via a curb cut on Watertown Street. The petitioners are proposing to raise that existing single-family dwelling and construct a new structure that would be 32 feet tall with 3 stories. A special permit is required to allow for a 3-story structure that is 32 feet in height. The building is proposed with a total of roughly 7,600 square feet, which includes 951 square feet of covered ground level parking, which would be enclosed on 3 sides. So a special permit is required for FAR. The maximum FAR is 1 by right with up to 1.5 allowed by special permit, and this is proposed at 1.25. So the retail use would be on the ground floor in the area closest to Watertown Street, and there would be 3 parking spaces behind it accessible from the driveway. And the 2 residences would occupy the top 2 floors of the building. The site will maintain driveway access from Watertown Street via that 1 curb cut on Watertown Street, which would be 16 feet wide. The floor plan indicates that each of the 2 residential units will be roughly 2,694 square feet, with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms each, and a private balcony on the top floor for each unit. There would be roughly 1,400 square feet of retail space on that ground floor. Because the retail use requires 1 parking stall for every 300 square feet, plus 1 stall for every 3 employees that would be on staff at the busiest shift. And the residential use requires 2 parking stalls per unit. That's a total of 10 parking stalls, 6 for retail, 4 for the residences. Only 3 parking stalls are proposed for the project, so it requires a waiver of 7 stalls. And we requested that the petitioner give a little clarity on the use of the 3 parking stalls. Will they be divvied between the residences and retail to give a sense of how the parking will work on the site? And these are the proposed elevations. The front will face out on Watertown Street. The covered parking will be in the back and on the western side of the building. Because the site is in BU1 and is located on what is already a neighborhood that has some commercial uses, the department believes this is an appropriate site for a small mixed-use building. And as proposed, the project meets all setback requirements and exceeds the required lot area for the residential use. So I'll leave it there, considering the hour, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just appreciate Kat Kemet's summary of the project. I would ask if our project architect, Mr. Myung Kim, who's also on screen, could share the screen, if that's possible.
Sure, go ahead.
Before Myung gives his presentation, I'd like to address perhaps the most preeminent issue that's been raised by this petition, and that is parking. As identified, Section 513 of the ordinance allows for parking waivers due to a number of satisfaction of a number of factors. I think it's clear, as I hope to demonstrate, that it will be clear that the parking waiver here is something that is approvable largely based on the nature of this use. While it is a commercial use that on paper requires so many spaces per, so many parking spaces per square foot, we believe that the actual use of the premises it justifies the waiver. To that end, I will read a statement that was made by the owner in response to a request from Councilor Greenberg about expanding upon the nature of the business. Mr. Park, who is the owner proprietor, runs a small business, Kitchen Cornerstones, which is currently located at 204 California Street in the same Nonantum section of the city, at which place Mr. Park does kitchen design and supplies custom kitchen cabinets. He has rented the space at California Street and for some time now, more than a year, has been looking to relocate his business to Watertown Street, where he intends to reside with his family. His office is largely a design studio. He basically is the only person who works in the office. So now we come to the issue of how these spaces would be allocated. As we know, the ordinance requires 2 spaces per unit. We have 2 units, 4 spaces. However, as a practical matter, because Mr. Park intends to live there with his family, and they only require one parking space, 1 parking space would be allocated to his apartment. And because he is going to rent the spaces, he will control who lives in the second space, and that will be offered to someone who only has need for a single parking space. The 3rd parking space would be allocated, set aside for visitors to the property under one of 2 circumstances. Either those rare people who might come to the shop by appointment, and I should point out that Mr. Park has acknowledged that on average he has 1 to 4 appointments per week, and half of those appointments are usually held outside the premises. He rarely has walk-in customers, as his work almost always goes by appointment. He says he invites anyone to basically observe the activity around his office at 204 California Street, which will substantiate that situation. As a result, that 3rd parking space will be available to people who visit the space on an intermittent basis, who may need to park for an appointment at the store, and after hours would be available for visitors to the residence. The other thing I would like to address, and it'll become obvious once one sees the nature of the design of the building, which was changed originally from a flat roof building to one that had gable ends in an effort to more neatly fit into the neighborhood. Admittedly, the facade treatment, as my associate, Mr. Kim, will point out, is somewhat different from what you would see in a typical building of this era. But nonetheless, I think it's important to cite from the from the Historical Commission minutes at the meeting in which they voted to grant a waiver of the demolition delay. And those minutes state that commissioner members stated that the project was a good interpretation of an old form in an evolving and diverse neighborhood, that it was sensitive to the site and echoed the historic neighborhood. I think that says it about as well as I could say it, and hopefully that one will see that when we make further presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present opening remarks, and now I would turn the microphone over to Mr. Kim.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you, Ms. The Kemet. I'm going to share this document. Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
I think the main things are already mentioned earlier by Ms. Kemet. And I agree with the most of stuff, just a few things I'd like to update and just go over basic configuration of the building proposed. We proposed 2.5-story structure with residential, the building silhouette with a pitched roof, and the 2 dwelling units were proposed and the retail space on the ground. Existing building is a single family that we like to replace, and it is sitting in a BU1 zone. As Mr. Morris stated, the owner, Mr. Park, is running his cabinet district for many years in the rented space, and he intending to move his business to this location. Also, he's going to occupy one of 2 dwelling units with his family with 3 kids. So here is the Watertown Street with the many the retails. I think this is very pedestrian friendly street with the many retails, the coffee shops, and post office, and so on and so forth. So we are within, this is zoning, the map, and the red indicates the BU1 zone, and we are surrounded by BU1 zone. All abutters are BU1, although 290 Watertown Street is still residential, single family structure, just like a current status of our project. And just to give you a few some context, this is filled with the single family mixture of the various building types, single floor, the modern building, to 3-story the buildings with a flat roof. Some are very distinctive in that the buildings along the Watertown streets were built for the residential buildings, and many of them were renovated on the first floor to accommodate the need for the retails. And our neighbor is one of that. And these big windows also contributes to make a street inviting and interesting. We find it many occasions where here's another occasion where we see existing residential buildings were renovated to accommodate to have this wedding, the dress shops here, again with a big display window, which makes the street very inviting. So we like to repeat this success along the street to our project. And here's another similar, the project residential with a retail tenant on the ground level, which I think is very appealing. Overall, just to make a little minor corrections, FAR is 1.25. 1.42 was the one that we proposed before with a flat roof above, and then we just came down to 1.25 when we modified this project with a pitched roof. Those 2 units are side by side, and we have a retail gross area, a little over or below, slightly below 1,500 square foot. And the dwelling units are little over 2,000 square foot each, 3 bedrooms. And here is a site plan with our the site right here with extended the context. This is Watertown Street with many business past our site across the street, and the pedestrian crossings here with the street parkings. And this is existing survey plan that contains a few very critical dimensions that to achieve the zoning ordinance compliance. For instance, we like to match existing the side yard setback of our neighbor to be compliant with our side yard setback. On the left side, we proposed 16 feet side yard setback, which is half of the proposed building height, which is 32 feet. And the front yard setback is the average of our abutting neighbors. So here is our site plan. On the left is access for cars. On the right is the access for the dwelling units on the rear side. And then we have a retail space near Watertown Street and proposed 3 parking spaces and bike storage near the end rear. So this is, we have one, the landscape plan. We try to carve out as many landscape areas as possible. On the left, we proposed a 4 feet tall vinyl fence. On the right, facing our residential neighbors, we proposed 6 feet tall the fence. In total, we have 10 the trees proposed. And on the left side, we proposed the landscape that's a hedge. The hedge, they can grow up to 6 feet or a little taller. That requires a little bit of trim. And we proposed the trash areas near the end. So here are the floor plans. The basement floor is not shown here. Left one, this is the ground level, the middle, second floor. On the right is attic floor here. As Ms. Kemet mentioned, we have a few, the balcony areas where we like to use to install mechanical units, like outdoor condensing units, so that no one can see from the street those units. Those units will be completely concealed for both retail and units above. So here are our elevations, 32 feet tall building again. And proposed materials are the fiber cement, board and batten siding, vertical siding, which I think is quite common in residential construction, but we like to utilize some variation from it with the varying width of the panel, but this will fit right into a residential area. At the same time, these big windows again will contribute to create safe streetscapes and interesting streets, and also emphasize on its function as the retail on the ground level. So on the ground level, we proposed granite, the stone, veneer stone, black granite stone, and then a roof is the standing seam metal roof.
Mr. Kim, given the time, I think we can skip over
Yes,
the.
okay. So
Okay,
I'm done.
just show us
This
the
is
pictures. Thank you.
Okay, this is the last one. So this is it. If you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to the neighborhood. I assume the people who have stayed here all night want to speak about this. So why don't you come up one at a time, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes to tell us what's on your mind. Mr. Kim, you can stop sharing your screen. Thank you.
My name is Angelo Balafas. I live in 277 Craft Street. I own the building next door to the project. And my English may be enough. I try to explain my the best. For many years, I have the building next door and the business next door for 41 years. The biggest problem we have there for many years, in the last 10, 15 years, they've been more difficult for us, the park special for the guys who work there. We have big time problem. And I don't know, I asked, this day they have one meeting the last week outside to explain to us. And I asked, you know what I mean, how big, you know what I mean? They explained to me for 1,154 square feet, they're going to make 6,000 square feet. I don't know, you know what I mean, what's the rules right now, how big they can build with no special permit. They never explained to me. And I think it's very big, they go to 6,000 square feet with the lot they have. And another big problem, I let the owner, I speak the same name, he understand me, to have mixed residential, commercial, you ask yourself in trouble. They think you do something good to themselves, but they don't do something good. I try to explain to them because I have one. It's no good. Now they give us like nice story, you know, to hear. One person work there and two families that go up there. We live up there. My cousin lived the next. Okay, fine, sound very good. What happened a year to go, or a couple of years to go, they change, you know what I mean, the store. The stores, one day you have pizza place, we have this, the next day something else. And I go sort like, I tell you, we have tremendous problem with the parking lot. Sometime beginning of the next week, I don't know, we have meeting with the police chief about this problem we have in the neighborhood. Nothing else, I don't know what to tell you, you know what I mean? I understand city of Newton like to grow up, to be bigger, to collect more money, but sometimes, you know what I mean, you have the right, how I say, the right thing to do, you know what I mean? Do it slowly, do it, the next door houses we have, only they be like two family, with two sides of the lot, two sides. They have about 1,000 square feet. They have 10, 12. And I don't know, you know what I mean? Just the only thing I can say, I don't like to see, at least I see three unions. Residential maybe is much better for us, you know what I mean?
Sir, what's your business next door?
Next door, I'm not business no more. I have the building, I'm many years in pizza place.
It's a pizza place.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I pizza place all my life. I retired, I'm 70 years old.
It's got two letters, right? A and G, what, A? DNA. All right.
DNA pizza.
Congratulations, okay. Just asking the gentleman.
What I try to tell,
Yes.
the problem we have in the neighborhood, big part problem. They build it up to family, understand. They buy some place 5 years to go and they double I understand. They go for 3, I don't know how the city think about it to grow up, you know what I mean? Because later on I see Watertown build it up, Newton build it up crazy. I don't know the limit you guys have, but to see mix over there is not good for any place will be in the street. It's not good for them too. Just I warn them. Okay, nothing else, you know what I mean? I hope.
Thank you.
My point.
Thank you. Who's next? Come on up, state your name and address.
Good evening, everyone. And my name is Valdo, and I'm from 286 Watertown Street. I'm on with my wife. So we're here because the parking is a big deal for us. They should have 7 parkings, and they only offering 3. So that's a big thing for us. And we bought this house, our house. We are 2 houses down, and you know, we have few concerns because parking is number 1, and you know, everybody say good things, good stuff about when, you know, they showing their project, but we're gonna have to live with it, you know. So I wanted you guys to vote no. You know, so that's one of my concerns.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you get your name and address? We have that?
Yes, Valdo, 286 Watertown Street.
6 Watertown. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anybody else? Are we good? All right. Vincente Neto.
Hello. Hi, I'm Vicente and I live nearby, and I just wanted to say a few things about it. The first thing is just it's clear that they're going higher on the allowed building height, and therefore they're creating more space. So I don't understand why they couldn't create more space for parking as well. And I have a question about the plans. They say in the back on the retail, it seems like in a storage space in the back of the retail store. So it was not clear to me what that space is for. So I'm wondering, they mentioned being a cabinet distribution. So I'm concerned that they could storage cabinets there and therefore bring more traffic with even bigger cars such as truck and delivery.
I have been told,
also,
just to let you know, I've been told that this is an office meeting space and that there is another location in another city or town where the cabinets are made. Is that correct, Mr. Morris? Mr. Morris, are you still here?
Yes. They're stored in Brockton.
Can you speak up?
No, they're stored in Brockton. They're stored in a warehouse in Brockton.
Go ahead. Did you hear what my question was?
Yes, they are stored, the cabinets are stored, not stored on site. They're stored in a warehouse in Brockton.
Okay,
And delivered from that location to the various buyers.
Okay, thank you. Vincente, continue.
So can you also let us know what's that space in the back for? It seems such a big space as a secondary space. So I think that space could be turned into more parking garages, and that would help you somehow. It's still not there for the 10 spaces, but that would be better. And I'm also curious if you have any plans as far as signs towards the street view. This was not presented in the project. And that's mainly my concern, but I'm sure you all know that next door to him, they have a project of doing 5 units in the future, and that's gonna bring even more issues with parking. So I think we just need to take that in place to not just look at this as one project, and to kind of serve this as an example of how strict the board could be in relation to parking to avoid things like that in the future. And then my only thing would be if they want to invest in a space, maybe they could do a parking garage in the basement. I don't know how their budget is and how hard is that to do. But I think and they also claim that the use of the store, it's going to be for his personal store and he's going to live up above, but no one can guarantee that that's going to happen in the future. He can sell it at any time, and all that would be not valid. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And I hope I could help.
All right, thank you. Mr. Neto is correct, and it's something we bring up all the time. That anybody could sell the property the day after getting the special permit. So the way that we really should look at this is 2 units above and retail on the first floor, whatever that will be, retail office, whatever is allowed in this business district, as an empty building and what could come. As of now, the person who's doing it for themselves and moving their business there has a very low density business. I think I read maybe 4 trips to the retail property a day. How many people come to your pizza business every day, do you think?
No.
Okay. All right, we've got Terry Sorrow.
Terry Zarrow, 44 Cook Street. I've lived here for 53 years on Cook Street. First of all, I think it's too late even to have this discussion. Everybody is exhausted. I can see everybody yawning. I don't think if we move forward, it's going to be in the right direction. I have concerns. We have a business in our area that needs to be addressed. We've been trying to address it. That takes over parking all over the streets. Jassett, Cook, parking is an issue, and I understand it sounds great, 3 parking spaces, blah, blah, blah. I don't really particularly care for the design of the front of the building, but that's here nor there. It's late. It's 11:10, and we're still discussing it. And if this goes further, I don't think it's going to go in the right direction. I have so much more to say, but I'm exhausted. It's tiresome. And I can see Alicia Bowman, she was like bobbing her head, and I know how she feels about parking, and we shouldn't have a lot of parking spaces, but Watertown Street is ridiculous. And we're getting at 290, possibly 5 units there with 3 bedrooms each. You can't even get down Watertown Street at certain times of the day. Nevertheless, park on the street. That's all I have to say. It's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorrow. As chair of this committee, when I'm looking at people waiting all night for the last one, I'm not going to send them home. I'm going to work a little deeper here. So that's out of deference to these people who've been here all night.
I get it, Rick. I think we should be heard, but I think you should hold to next land use with this first item.
We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Ms. Sorrow. Lucy Park, unmute. You need to unmute. There you go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Tess. Lucy is my daughter's name, so I use her phone to do the meeting. I'm the one of the owner of, this is my husband's business. He running the Kitchen Cornerstone across to the McDonald's for the past 15 years. Then he runs the space, and we do have one we do have one warehouse, rented warehouse in another town, and which we receive the delivery, we address all the other things. And he is only person work his business in this location. And as we know, this is a kitchen showroom. It's not like a coffee shop, or it's not like a restaurant barber shop. It will not cause the traffic for the neighbor as other business, because he usually has the meeting with customer on the set, like on the job set, to measure the kitchen, and he spends his most of time working time to design the cabinet at the office, and he would like to relocate it to the this location, which is a business zoning. It's pretty easy. Go to different restaurant and bus station, and for the unit, 2 units. One of them we're gonna occupy the unit, and another one, my parents may live there who does not drive, and or we may rent to someone else. Yeah, that's it. I don't know if any concern I can answer will be easy, because I know his business, even I don't work there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Councilor Greenberg.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to emphasize that I've been told by the petitioner that he generates 1 to 4 visits per week, not per day. So this is a very low traffic generating business. And so I'm not concerned with this business not having enough parking available and clogging up Watertown Street. As neighbors have noted, and at the neighborhood meeting that we had, the primary concern is the exacerbation of street congestion and the lack of parking on Watertown Street and the neighborhood streets. I actually reached out to the traffic department to provide me with the exact number of metered parking spaces from Adams Street to Pearl Street. And there are 42 metered spots, 2-hour spots. And then there are several 1-hour spots from Faxon to Pearl, in addition to 2 city lots. So I'm not concerned that this project will make parking more difficult in the Nonantum Center. The real concern, I believe, comes from the many cars that are generated from the 6 auto body repair shops along Watertown Street that use residential side streets off of Watertown Street for employee parking and for cars that they're working on. That's the real concern here, and that's the real problem that we need to solve. Denying this project will not solve that problem. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this longstanding successful Nonantum business since 2007 and his family into our village. And then I have a question for Mr. Temple.
Why don't you ask that now?
Okay. Mr. Temple, could you tell me if this property is sold to another business, would that create a more intense traffic use, say a pizza shop or a small grocer? Would they be required to come back to land use to address the possible need for more parking?
I believe if the use requires more parking under a zoning ordinance than there is on site, then yes, they'll need relief to meet the parking requirement, or they'll need to add additional parking. They'll need to comply with the ordinance is the short answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Laredo.
So, Mr. Temple, I think you're correct, of course, about the waiver, but if we grant a waiver here, which will be, we need to grant, I think, 6 parking spaces as a waiver?
7.
7, thank you, Ms. Kemet. Then another use could come in far more intensive than this proposed use, but as long as it did not require a waiver beyond 7 parking spaces, it could come in here. So, I think we're conditioning, and I am not personally ready to vote on this evening at some 11. It's not a record for land use, but pretty darn, not close to a record, but getting there. But I do think that requires more discussion and analysis. And I want to hear a little bit more about the particulars of this petition and how we could ensure that, in fact, the use or the lack of intensity of use is as the petitioner represents now, but even more importantly, is preserved in the future. So I think that warrants some more examination. It may be resolvable through the council order, but I would not be okay with just saying, well, we're going to waive the parking spaces and then somebody else moves in and with a different use, but still gets the benefit of the waiver. So it requires, I think, some finesse here. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand where you're coming from, and I started at that point as well. A wise person that I respect greatly in the planning department said to me this morning, we have to be careful about taking properties now and treating them differently than the ones that exist. Restaurants, pizza places, grocery stores, liquor stores, they have a certain number of people coming and going. And to say that everything that comes in front of us in a village center now has to have a lesser density than their neighbor in the same zone is something we also have to consider as well. This is a single-family home right now, and it probably has 2 cars that park in the driveway. 2. Okay, so you can look at the waiver of 7, and that's a problem we have with our zoning actually asking for that much. I know you want to hang your hat on that, but we're literally going from 2 cars to 3 cars. By law, we can say, we're doing here, we only want 3 cars. And so the parking situation before was 2. You're really kind of adding 1 more car. With the lack of overnight parking for 3-4 months, whatever it is, a year, people are not going to move into those units and leave a car on the street. They cannot do that year-round. So what I'm trying to say is, this is really going from 2 parking spaces to 3. The intensity that this business is going to bring is much lower than the businesses around them. This is the way if I'm wrong, somebody please tell me otherwise. John Oliver, Councillor Oliver.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'm still processing the information you just shared from planning. It seems to me like we're kind of mixing that a little bit. Because yeah, we might be going from 2 cars to 3 parking spaces, but we're going from a single family household to 2 households plus a retail, a commercial business. And while I agree that something you said a few minutes ago makes equally as much sense to me, it's not about the business that's moving in today. It's about the fact that we're introducing a business and another home onto the same property. And I think a few minutes ago, I heard a couple of people from the neighborhood, including one of our counselors, talking about the parking challenges in Nonantum, which are significant. And if we're looking at this a little bit pragmatically here, this is a perfect situation for the Park family to move into. I would not say the same for pretty much any other scenario. We have a business owner who's been in Newton for a very long time. I think it's almost 15 years, something along those lines.
Yes.
We should try and support that guy and his family. However, I don't think that this is the best use of this particular piece of property. If, for example, one other person were to be employed by that business, they'd be parking on the street. Then their clients would be parking on the street too. What if their in-laws decide they want to move to a different part of the country? Somebody else is going to be moving in, right? So the scenario gets all turned around. So the scenario I think we need to pay attention to here is exactly what, at least I heard, I don't want to put any words in his mouth, but Councilor Lipoff mentioned a few minutes ago, we need to divorce the property from its use in order to make a good determination here. It does not make sense to me that we have 1 parking spot for a, excuse me, a 1,600 square foot commercial use, plus one parking spot per unit for 2 housing units, each of which are over 2,000 square feet. I think that there's a way to support this businessman, this local businessman and his family. I'm just not convinced it's this particular iteration of the property. But I really appreciate everything else. This is a really interesting case from my perspective. But when I think about what's going on in Nonantum in terms of parking, I can't support this one, not the way it's designed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This new development will not worsen any parking issues in Nonantum. If we held all the other businesses to a parking standard, we wouldn't have Antoine's, Giuseppe's, Steamers, De Pasquale's, Cafe Martin, Greentail Table, the Antique Shop, Colonial Drug, Moldova, all the wonderful businesses that are located in Nonantum. When we look at what we're looking for village centers, and we're looking at our new zoning, this is the exact kind of project that we want. 2 modest size additional housing units, mixed use. It's a local business that's done well, that's relocating low. And even if there is a change in use, there would be room for additional parking if we can predict the future. But I don't think it's fair to hold this development up I'm in full support of it. I think it's wonderful. It's an all-electric building as well, which I believe Mr. Morris can say.
Yes.
There's a few other things. There's bike parking as well. I would love to see some EV charging stations in there. And there's a few other minor things that I might like to see changed. But overall, this is really the kind of development that is perfect for our village centers. And as I always say, it's not the number of housing units, it's the number of parking spaces that we should be concerned about. And 7 parking spaces is just totally unnecessary here. We want our village centers to be for people, for housing, and for vibrant businesses, trees, and green spaces, not more parking. I urge my colleagues to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Councilor Laredo, I heard you say that you would not want to vote on this at this late hour. What are you looking for in additional information?
I want, for one, I really want to understand better what is going to happen if this particular use, which I agree is not an intense use, were to change. And if we waive all 7 parking spaces and somebody comes in with a use that requires 6, you know, I share Councilor Leary's observation that a 3-story mixed-use building in a village center is just about where we want to be. But I'm uncomfortable with just giving a blanket approval, not for this petitioner, but for what we might see in the future. And that's where the rub is, and I think we need to be very cautious about that.
So anything more now needs to be less intense than the businesses that already exist that have 0 parking on site. This is what I want to put out there for debate.
Lipoff, I don't have a precise answer to it. I certainly don't have a precise answer this evening, but I want to think about the planning department with Mr. Temple crafting appropriate language so we could allow this petitioner to do what this petitioner is proposing, which seems reasonable, including the parking, but offering some buffer or protection from unfettered discretion in the future, because we've done something for a petitioner whom we think is established with a family, who's trying to build his business here. And that's my request.
I hear you. I hear you. I came from the same place, and I learned a little bit more about setting that kind of precedent and what that would do for us to put that into every condition going forward with this kind of retail property, when the properties around them have greater density with no parking on site.
It's not every,
just something to think about.
It's not every property. I'm not suggesting an ironclad rule here, Mr. Chair, but I do think it's something we ought to consider and discuss, and not at 11:30 at night, respectfully.
So we have a debate that's not going to go on any longer, so we might as well just hold it if that's where we're going, or maybe not. Councilor Bowman, quickly, it's 11:30.
Thank you. Well, I'll be very quick. I'll just remind my colleagues that the parking rules were established in the 1950s and were literally made up. There are many, many articles and studies that can tell you they really are not scientifically based. And certainly they don't match our current model and use. And we see this all over town where we require so much parking and it is not used in the way that it is. I agree with, Councilor Leary, and the problems in Northampton where there are exist from other businesses that far outstripe. This is exactly the kind of project I think is perfect for this. It makes a nice transition between, it is in a business district, so it could be a building that had a more intense use. And our parking rules might be, if it were a bank, it would require almost no parking. So, or some other use that could have a lot of parking. So a lot of people coming and going. So I think it's a nice use, a nice transitional use between between a business building and residential homes, and I think it's good to support and keep businesses, in the community. And this is two more families who will be living here, who will be shopping at the local stores and walking places that they're going. I'm prepared to vote on this tonight, and I would like to see us vote on this tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to say a few things and respond to prospectively what might happen should this business at some time vacate the property. I think it's truly ironic when you think about how often and how many times the council has voted for waivers for restaurants, particularly in light of the pandemic over the last few years that has wiped out many restaurants, and then you're left with space for which exemptions have been granted for parking. But let's get more particular about this particular location. From a personal perspective, I visit either DNA Pizza or Giuseppe Sub Shop 5 times a week for either myself or my kids. So I'm fully aware of the parking at certain times in the middle of the day. But more importantly, and I think Terry Sorrow can remember this, there was a sole practitioner attorney, John Shorten, who occupied an office on the corner of Faxon Street and California Street for many, many years. And I suspect that if this property, which is granted a parking waiver, would likely attract the kind of live-work space that would attract someone who doesn't need a lot of parking, but yet would provide some life on the street, whether it's as an accountant, an attorney, or as was at one time on the corner of Dalby and Watertown Street, there was a clock repair shop, a clockmaker. That kind of activity, which was replaced by a fish store. So there's all sorts of sole practitioner kind of businesses that could thrive at that location without the need for extra parking. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. I would, again, talk from personal experience. I don't think that Councilor Laredo has to worry about breaking any records for land use. The record was set in 1974 when I was a freshman on the land use committee, not the chairman. That convened just shy of midnight. You're well short of that record.
Just shy of midnight. Come on now.
We've been here for Riverside. I think it was close to 1 in the morning.
Yeah, we did 1 in the morning, Mr.
And
Morris. I'm sorry.
that's in my humble opinion, that's a very poor way to do government.
Listen, I never want to go past 10. This happened. Garden Remedies took way too much time, but I'm not going to squelch public comment, and I apologize for everybody. This doesn't happen all the time. I'm going to take a motion to hold.
I'll move to hold, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion to hold. Councilor Laredo, before this comes back, I hope you get your answers for us or ask planning to give you whatever you're looking for.
I think I've expressed myself a couple of times, so I hope planning will, and Mr. Temple will help me here.
Yeah, and Miss Wewell, maybe you'll get Miss Kyra to get on a conference call with Councilor Laredo on the kind of same vein we were talking about this morning. I think it's a good place to start. Okay?
The motion to hold hasn't passed yet.
Excuse me?
The motion to hold hasn't passed yet, has it?
It's going to any second now. Calm down, Mr. Morris. Okay. It's getting late. Okay. So we have a motion to hold. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Opposed.
No.
No.
Opposed. 3
opposed to holding. And we've got 4 or 5. We have everybody here? We've got 4 to hold. It passes. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.